Good morning, world. Alrighty, let's do this. Just checking really quick if we're live on LinkedIn. I don't even know how that works yet, so I'm just testing it. LinkedIn Live. How do I check that out? For those who are watching already, down the road on the recording, whatever, how we doing? Okay. Leon. It says it's working. Here we go. Okay. Perfect. All right. Just lower the music a little bit. Let's do this. Okay. So for anyone who hasn't watched yet or is going to watch down the road, essentially, this is quite simple. This is quite real. It's a journey. It's a guide. It's a process. It's a mission. It's a belief. It's a hope. It's a wish. It's a dream. It's all of those things and so much more. We tend to get stuck, any one of us, when we're trying to accomplish something. We start focusing on the things that don't really matter. We start getting lost in the details. We worry if it's being seen. We worry if the audio is just right. It comes down to one thing. Is it right for you? That's all that matters. And that's what really started this whole journey, this path, this process of discovery for me to want to talk about these things with all of you, with the world. I just came to realize that I was living someone else's story, someone else's narrative, and it happened without me even truly understanding how it happened. So I'm just setting up the script really quick. I'll do that in a second, actually. So it just made me realize that if it could happen to me, I should record this. This is good. So what I'm doing right now is I use a product called Descript. The second battle. And that's where I record my podcasts, my videos, the things that I talk about. And also what I use to edit. And basically, it's my primary tool for this workflow. Okay. All right. So let's do this. So for anyone who's going to watch this recording down the road, I just set up Descript, which is what I use to record. And here we go. So I'm going to be showcasing exactly my process, my approach, my beliefs on how the world works, on how we will find the solutions, the answers. And they're all based on my personal experience. One of the things that I noticed is that the majority of people, including myself back in the day, we get most of our answers from others. And it makes sense, right? Like, you're born as a little baby and you don't know anything. You look toward others, you look toward things, you look toward books, movies, music, and there's nothing wrong with any of those things, right? We all need it. We all have used it. The problem comes when all of a sudden you experience your own thing. You experience your own life. You experience your own situations. But someone else tells you a different thing. What do? The majority of people tend to give up all agency and they pass the torch to whoever they deem has the most credibility. But I ask you this, what if their reality is different than yours? What if it doesn't work that way? And I say that because I want everyone to also evaluate everything I'm about to tell you properly. Don't just take it as the gospel, even though I believe with 100% certainty that this is the closest to the reality of our world. But I could be incorrect. I could be missing key ingredient, key piece of the puzzle. And that is why I'm starting this live so that people can start contributing and can start talking about it with me. And perhaps you listen, you are like, wait a minute. It all of a sudden clicks and you take it and you experiment at home or outside. And then you try something and you realize, wait, you missed this. It's actually, you just had to go slightly left. You kept going straight. If you just go slightly left, all of a sudden everything works. And I'm like, oh my gosh. So at that point, then the person has a choice on how they are going to respond to that new information. Me, I'm going to be excited. If you find and discover something that makes this even better, I will take it gladly. Anything that makes life better. Let's go. That's the whole point of this, right? Is improving our situations, improving the way we live on a daily basis. So don't ever give up. Keep fighting the fight. Keep believing. But what I was saying before I started recording it on Descript, because it's just great content and it needs to be said, was we tend to hesitate on doing because we get lost in the details. We focus on things that don't really matter. The numbers. Is anyone even watching this? Is my logo the right color, the right size? Is the volume right? And do all those things help? Absolutely, yes. But in the grand scheme of things, the most important thing is the message, the energy that's being conveyed, the thought process. Because, yeah, while you might like my background and all that stuff, I'm using it as a way to convey additional messages. But it's not going to be the thing that makes or breaks this. It's going to be what I say, and if I can deliver it properly, and the energy's there, the conviction is there, and if it just clicks with you, and you're open-minded enough to actually listen and believe. And I mean, there's many more things that we can say about that, but the point is, it's time, guys. It's time to stop worrying about the things that don't matter. And this is also a daily reminder to myself. That's why I'm drinking from this cup, Mandalorian. This is the way. We need to stop worrying about the things that don't matter. We need to start figuring out how the world actually works. We need to start fighting back against the control and the insecurities and the fear and all those things that are around us that we've just overlooked all this time. So with that, I'm going to get started. You're going to see my process live. I write down a lot of notes, as you can see. I'm going to be reading, and also just as the passion triggers and the conviction starts, I reach a state of flow and enlightenment. That's when you can just start talking, and you're not worried about perfect eye contact or anything of that nature. You just go with it. And so that's what's happening. For people who are interested in getting to this point, I just recommend doing what I'm doing right now, which is you just start talking. Just some of the things that you, almost like a pep talk to yourself, but it's also a pep talk to other people. And it just gets you in the zone. And once you're in the zone, What can you accomplish? Okay. This one's gonna be powerful, important. This one's gonna be the one that makes some waves. So get ready. So it begins by asking and thinking about this question. Do we believe if an object, and it could be anything, let's just say a salt shaker, if it says on the label that it's salt, but let's just say X, is it salt? What if you're just reusing and you put pepper in there, but the label says salt? Is it? That's the question that I want you guys to start thinking about right now. Just because it says it is it? Just because someone tells us that we are the problem, are we the problem? Just because someone says that, hey, you did something bad to your friend or your boss, did you? Depending on what you think and how you answer is the unlock to everything. Once you realize that just because someone tells you that doesn't mean it's true, you stop believing the words that people tell you just at face value, and you actually can pause and start digging deep and going down the journey of remembering who you are because they made you forget. Once that happens, everything changes, because now you're not under their spell. You're not under their control. You have the pen. You're in the driver's seat. You can decide where we're going. We're going to turn left or we're going to turn right. You might remember your friend or your sister telling you, hey, when you get to that spot, turn right. There's a great waterfall in the distance that you can see. You can do that. But still your choice. You're like, nah, I don't care about that. I'm just on a mission right now. And you go straight. It's getting to that point where you can think for yourself, where you can be open-minded, where you can acknowledge it and recognize what they have to say, but you don't believe it for a fact. So I open with that because the things that I'm going to talk about are topics and information that most people would never talk about, especially on these social media sites. You can find such information or theories on, personal websites, Reddit. People hide behind the veil of anonymity, but it's time to change that. It's time to normalize the conversation, because once we normalize it and we make it the base level, well, there's only one way but up. And as I am about to begin going down the specifics and details, I want people to really think about this other part. Why don't people want you to normalize certain things? Why don't they want you to talk about how much you're getting paid? Why don't they want you to talk about the reasons you left your last job? Why? It's just starting to question things, and it's not out of being a malicious person. It's for progress. It's for making things better. It's for trying to understand why we do the things that we do. Because when you start tracing back and connecting the dots, if you actually spend time doing so, you start realizing that, wait a minute, maybe there's a reason that information is getting suppressed and blocked. And that's why we start what we're starting here. To move forward in anything in life, let's call it momentum, which is what most people know it as. But creation, you have to have the desire to destroy the old to create the new. And it works the opposite as well. If you have the desire to create new, you have to destroy the old. So that's a great test, right? Where does it work if you flip it both ways? And it does. I ask you this, does it have to be hell? Anything? Or can we make hell paradise? Can we make it the promised land? Think about your room. Think about if you had no money, no time, because you're stuck, as we talked about in the previous recording, about you're stuck just working all the time, but somehow you have no money and you have no time, you have no energy. So your room is just a mess. It's dirty. It has barely any furniture. It's not a good place to be. You don't enjoy spending time in there. On paper, I could say that's hell, right? Like, use whatever word you want. Labels, one of the things you're going to hear me constantly say is that labels just don't matter. They're not important. They're not the thing that matters. It's just a name. It's just put the label, put the name on it, just so you know what it is. It goes back to the salt shaker analogy. If you know that there's pepper in there, it doesn't matter that it says that it's salt. You know. That's the key. As long as you know what it means, it doesn't matter. And let's say you live with your wife or your brother. They need to know what it is too. As long as everyone knows, you could literally say it's an orange, but it has salt in there. It just doesn't matter. You see where I'm going with this, guys? Is that so instead of calling it hell, maybe call it the trash room. Maybe call it the ugly room. You know, whatever. It doesn't matter what you call it. It's just, it provokes that emotion within you. It makes you feel a certain way. But what if we changed it? What if you don't even have to change the name. You could still call it the trash room. But what if actually when you go in there, it has all your favorite things. There's literally a Bluetooth speaker playing music on repeat. It's clean. Maybe it has plants. Maybe you like gardening and you have a little garden in there. Maybe, I don't know, right? Like you like painting and it has just blank pieces of paper and coloring pencils. All of a sudden, the trash room might become your promised land. It's your favorite room. Now it has everything you enjoy. It makes you happy. It feels good. When you go in there, the energy just hits different. Do you see how doesn't matter what the name is, just by changing what's actually in it and the behaviors, we can literally make what some people might call hell the promised land? So if that's possible, I ask you, why is it that Earth, our world today, that we inhabit, that we live in, and just participate in daily, is not a paradise, is not the promised land? Why? We have the power to change it. We have the power to create. We have the power to destroy the old to create new. We have the power to create new by destroying the old. We do. Think about it. If right now we humans have figured out how to demolition things, buildings. We've literally figured that out. So we could destroy a building and put something else new there. We understand how to create new life with trees and plant trees. And so, like, what's the excuse? What's the excuse? Right now, we could literally build a virtual school. We don't even need to have physical schools. There is something to be said about physicality and proximity, right? Like, all those things matter. But do you see where I'm going with this? Like, people come up with all these excuses and reasons why we can't. And I ask you, are you sure that we can't? Are you sure that we can't? Or is it that perhaps there might be a few people out there that are intentionally stopping it? They're intentionally trying to make us believe that we can't. Because what happens if we all gather together? What happens if we all cross that red line and say, enough, no more? We're going to change things. We're no longer going to be working as wage slaves, having no time, no energy, no passions, no creativity. We're not going to work for your meager wage. Actually, in our community, we work on a barter system. We work on a system where we help people because it's the right thing to do, not because we need money. And it heals us. It makes us feel better. And after we do that, what happens next? Well, guess what? I'm good at talking. I'm good at educating people. So I'll help them. I'll help them do therapy. I'll help them figure out the issues that they're going through and change their worldview and understand that, hey, I'm a healer. I'll heal you. But I'm not that good at maybe the hard maintenance skills. Like maybe fixing like a toilet might not be my forte. So this person has the skill set to be a really good plumber. Like they just have done that because they grew up with their dad who literally did that every single day. So what happens next? They literally help me fix my toilet, and I help them. There's no expectation. There's no anything. It's just literally we both did our passion. We both did what we enjoy. And things progressed. And now imagine if it's just your apartment community building and you feel like, well, guys, if we can just live like that, we don't need to charge anyone rent. Hey, I'm good at gardening and making my own food. I have chickens over here. I can give you eggs. And all of a sudden we have a self-preserving community that was just built on good deeds and helping each other. And this is something I'm going to talk about a lot more, but the question of, do you light yourself on fire? Don't light yourself on fire to help others. I ask you, what if we changed it to, if everyone just helps others, how much more energy transfer and aid will go into the world? Like, I help you, you help me, you help the neighbor, I help the neighbor. Everyone's just helping each other. And that's the norm. And I know we always talk about, hey, what if they don't? Like the prisoner dilemma, like, oh, they're going to be out for their self-interest. But that's what this is leading to, is that, what if I told you that humans by nature, who we are deep down, we actually are good. We are loving. We are helpful. We do believe in the light. That's what we are by default. What if I told you that there's something out there that is intentionally influencing you without you even realizing it to not be like that? So everyone who's worried that, oh, well, they're not going to help, they're not going to stay true to it. What if we eliminated that thing? What if we understood how it worked? What if we developed the cures, just like a vaccine, the shields, like think about like the flu, COVID. It has significantly less power today than it did a few years ago. So I ask you, how is that possible? We built up immunity, we built up resistance. So what if we figured out how to build up resistance and immunity to the thing that is making people become selfish and guided by self-interest? What do you guys think? So with that said, I want to talk about doing as we get into the real stuff. Momentum is a very interesting topic. It's a challenge. It's something that we strive for, right? We want to reach a state of momentum so that we can just keep going, right? So if you're rolling downhill, it's the easiest thing in the world, but doing the climb is so challenging. And everyone focuses on momentum and focuses on discipline and focuses on motivation. What if I told you that none of those things are actually the answer? They're all helpful. They're pieces of it. The key? And try it out. Let me know. But this is, for me, the key. You need to find the dark motivation inside you. Find a dark motivation, but then pursue it relentlessly with light actions. So think about how, and something I'll talk about a lot, but actions. Many people think they define us. I argue they shape us. They make us who we are, right? They change our reality, our world around us. If you clean up your room, well, it's going to be different. So what if, my motivation is to destroy this dark entity, insecurity, fear, all the exploiters out there, all those people who are causing harm, who are abusing people, who literally are making people believe false realities just so that they can control them and manipulate them. I'm looking to bring them down. That's a dark motivation. But how am I going to do it? Through light actions. And I'm not going to specify exactly all of them, but do you see where I'm going with this? Like, if you're doing light actions and the actions shape you, that means that you're becoming light. But you used the dark motivation. You embraced the dark for the light. So many people worry that it's, if you go dark, oh my gosh, you're dark everything. If you go light, oh my gosh, you're light everything. That's not the case. Not at all. It's not the case at all. It's a balance. Think of a seesaw. Like, you don't have to overcorrect. And so many people worry that they don't want to be associated or identified with the dark. Like, oh my God, you're dark. I'm bad. Like, what? No, that's not the case. It's not. There are factions, right? Like they are dark and light, and you could say it's bad and good, but again, it's just don't worry about being associated with that. Worry about what your actions are, right? So if someone calls me dark, I'm just like, okay, then I'm dark. I used it for good. I know what my actions are. So it doesn't matter if they say that I'm dark. Do you guys see where I'm going with this? You're using it for motivation, but it's the actual actions that change everything. And once you get to this point, you can actually just do, because so many people try to find a light motivation, and light motivations are great. I mean, I want to help everyone heal. I want people to never go through any of the things that I went through. I want people to believe in themselves again. I want people to be their best version of themselves, to be loving, to be helpful, to be caring. But it's not enough. When I just only had light motivations, I hesitated. I was more open and prone to getting counter-influenced by the dark. I tended to care more about getting it right. I tended to worry about how I look, my hair. I mean, and all those things do help, right? But they don't matter. Like, once I embraced the dark, confronted it, became one with it, control it, suppress it, understand it, use it for good, everything changed. I'm going to destroy so many things to create new, and you're going to help me. You're going to help me. But do you guys see where it's coming from? Like, it's not, you're not trying to destroy the world out of darkness, right? But you are changing, you are destroying things for light. And I think where people are going to get caught is, oh, can I just excuse exploiting people and say that it's light? That's not, then you didn't understand what I'm talking about. It's the action has to be light. Exploiting is inherently a dark action. You guys see, like, if your motivation is you want to exploit people, but you have to do it through light actions, guess what? There's no way it can happen. It just can't. You physically, mentally, spiritually cannot exploit people if you're doing light actions. Think about it. So, with that said, that leads me to talking about doing what we must. It really is. It's just, we do what we must. We spread love. It's the new law of the world. We've created a circle of peace around us, and now we are expanding it to include all of you, which is why we're streaming, which is why we're making videos, because once you're in the circle, you're in it. So once you step in the circle, only peace, which means you have to be able to have conversations with all, and we're going to work on all these skill sets. That's what this guide is about. But it also begins with understanding that forgiveness is the key to almost everything. It heals you like nothing else. It truly, just think of it like if you took some medicine and all of a sudden your cough was suppressed. That's what forgiveness is, to feeling sad and dark. And then if we're able to, everyone has roles, and I'll get into this more on the road. I know I'm jumping around a lot, but everyone has roles. And so think of it as there's people who can do the damage dealers. They're the ones who attack and make the changes. They go out and actually will like pick up the trash, and they will protest and the things like that. Those are the damage dealers. The soldiers, right? They're super important. They're the ones who truly win the war. But then you have the tanks, the defenders, the shields, the people that protect it. So what if they can take the bait, take the threat, the aggression from the other damage dealers, and so that your damage dealers can just go and do, right? And then we have the healers. Me. I mean, I'm a combination of a tank and a healer, but you have the healers that can actually heal people so that they can keep going, so that the defender can keep doing their job, and also the damage dealers, especially if they make a mistake and they step on a Lego and their foot is in pain. Like, I know how to band-aid it, right? So things of that nature. So we get to a point where I love healing people gladly, but once you start fulfilling your role, what you realize is it actually heals you. It recharges you. So it doesn't matter how exhausted I am, how like beat down or dark I am. If you give me an opportunity to actually heal someone, I heal. My situation improves. So what happens when we do that? We create hope. We create hope in people. We let them see a flicker of light at the end of the tunnel in the distance for the first time in forever. And that, just knowing that there's light all the way over there behind that tree, it inspires people. And what happens when they're inspired? They believe. And when they believe, miracles can happen. And as I talked about last night, miracles are rewiring faulty programming. We fix whatever's broken in there, all of a sudden it works again. We're on. So I'm giving away the key, the code to the game of life. That's what this is. If you figured this out, if you understand this, you're going to play the game of life in a completely different level than the majority of people. It's time for not just me to understand it, or, I would argue that there's probably select few people that are really close to also understanding it, or maybe even understand better than I do, but they keep the information for themselves. They're not sharing it to other people. They're not. They want to keep it for themselves for self-gains, for self-preservation. So now that everything changes, because if it becomes normalized and everyone's aware of it, guess what? You can't trick people anymore. If everyone has all the same information, we're all playing the same game. We're all operating with the same information. And, you could say that maybe there's a tutorial you can find, like, hey, like you buy a vacuum and you look at the instruction manual. Everyone has access to it. Now, some people might choose not to read it. That's fair. That's fine. But at least everyone has access to the information. And now we're playing the same game. So that's what is happening here. And once that happens, it's just quite simple. We become one. We become one entity, one consciousness, one group of humanity. And if we're becoming one, I want you to think of it in this analogy. Like, since we all have the same information, we all have the same knowledge, even if some people don't use it, we become one huge block of cheese. I know, one huge block of cheese. What happens, though, if that block of cheese, a corner or a little piece, gets moldy? Those people that get infected by the dark one and darkness, and they start basically like a tumor, and they start causing problems. They start hurting other people. All of a sudden, that cheese could get infected very quickly. It could spread. But what if we cut that piece of cheese off? We would gladly invite it back and bring it back and try to heal it. And, we're going to do everything possible. But that's where I'm saying you got to embrace the dark too. If there's someone that's literally trying to ruin the entire block of cheese, we cut it off. No remorse. People are like, well, that's not nice. That's not light. So you'd rather destroy the entire human race because just select few key, powerful CEOs and leaders and dark entities decide to want to be bad for their own personal gains? That's what we talked about last night. All about energy gain and money. Are we really going to let those people be the reason why the entire block of cheese, which represents humanity, gets run? It's time to cut them. I can't do it alone. So what does that mean? It means that if we do this, we're all going to be finally free. Animals, humans, birds, even objects that are created. Like, we just remove the prison that is keeping all of us trapped. And I'd argue, as you go down the path, it truly is a dark entity that is controlling everything. And they've infected the key people, and now they're controlling everything. They're the soldiers, right? So the reason why I tell you that is, what happens if we free everyone? So befriend your enemies, bring them in together, invite them in to become part of the block of cheese. All of a sudden, you're friends with the ants, the spiders, the cockroaches. What if they didn't want to be a pest? They didn't even know they were a pest. But every time they're just searching for food, what their mission was, but they're being controlled by something. They're being pushed by something. They're getting negative suggestions spammed into their head, and they're just like, I need to go here. I need to go here. I don't know why. I'm scared. And now they go there, and of course, we as humans are monstrosities compared to them, and we hunt them. We kill them. We exterminate them. You see where I'm going with this? But what if all of a sudden they realize, wait a minute, we can become friends. You're not an enemy. Now, they might actually find a way to help us. What if we learn how to communicate with them? You see like where I'm going? I'm going to stop there because I don't want to overwhelm people, but what if we could do that with everything? And it doesn't have to be with cockroaches, but it could be even just with each other, humanity, different races, different countries. Like, what happens if we work together and there's just no more slaves, no more prisoners? What if there's no more legal corrupt systems? The justice system has to be completely reformed in every single country. It's just not okay right now. It's for profit. It's for money. Judges can be bought. False accusations reign supreme. Whoever talks first wins. Like what? Like all of those things are going to be completely wiped out, and it's going to be a fresh slate. But if our default is to help people and work together, and we're not worried, and all of a sudden the thing that is negatively influencing us to think bad and only care about self-interest and preservation is gone, I think you'd be surprised how different you feel. All of a sudden, when you don't have that darkness inside you that's literally negatively influencing you, making suggestions, you don't actually think about exploiting. Like, you truly, it's gone. That information, that tendency to exploit other people is completely gone. And you might have lived your entire life with that because they chose you for that. You were destined to that. You were born into a family. Parents that were already consumed by the darkness. You had zero chance, basically, 1% to escape. You were destined for it. But you might have escaped, and if so, congratulations. But the majority don't. Now, you literally, your entire life, you thought that this is who you are, this is why you are the way you are, and you reinforced it. Well, guess what? If you actually healed, if you finally understand how the world works, and we cut off that moldy part that they infected you with, all of a sudden you're like, wait a minute. Wait, I don't care to like scam this customer as a sales guy. What? Why did I think that way before? I don't want to abuse my employees. Like, actually, I don't even want to be a supervisor anymore. I want to start my own thing, and I want to create a project to help the homeless no longer have issues. There's going to be shelter for all now. Like, that's going to be my mission, because I remember when I was a kid and I was poor and we didn't have shelter. Yeah, let's go. And all of a sudden, the government thinks the same way, and we're not worried about paying for basic survival things and so forth. You see where I'm going? Like, what if this entire time we thought humanity was bad, but we're not? And there's something that's influencing us to become that. And you can think about it just even from a logical point for those people who struggle to believe that there's more. I mean, it could literally just be me right now telling you that you suck. I'm influencing you. So we're going to talk about that more, but that goes on to, like, there needs to be economic reform. There needs to be work reform. Like, there has to be new ways. Like, why do we have to live in the trash room? Why can't the trash room be paradise, the promised land? Why does Earth have to be the way it is? Why can't it be more than it is? So to that is the whole idea of becoming one, is we're doing it together. We're working together. So the challenge for tomorrow and for today, Saturday, October 19th, 2024, is for politicians, for elections, for competing companies to all lay down their weapons, universal peace, and work together. Yes, Democrats and Republicans, Trump and Kamala, and every other country that's going through their own elections and their politicians, they actually work together. What if we combined our best ideas? I am sure there's some incredible talent on the Republican side and the Democratic side. We can still find a new combination of both. Like, what if the Republicans have amazing ideas, but they can't fully implement them because they have to go against the democratic view, just because that's what it is, supposedly. What if it is that the dark entities are influencing that because they want conflict, they want division? Because if we're united, well, then we're unstoppable. We can make anything happen that we choose. We literally will create our reality like this. Anything we want, we can make happen. We can make hell paradise. So I ask you then, why can't that happen? It's going to happen. So that is the world that's being created today, right now, as we speak. So this is where my dark side comes, my dark motivations. You either embrace it, or you're going to watch as all your exploits crumble in front of you. It's go time. So this is where I go back to talking about momentum. If we do disclosure, if we expose the falsity, the lies that the world is, and the entities, the corporates, the politicians, all those things, they're going to lose their energy. They're going to lose their momentum. Because if we all gain info and knowledge, once you see, I don't know, I want to write about, talk about something. Where is it? Once you see and understand how things actually work, everything else vanishes, all the momentum. Like, you can't get fooled anymore. Like, if you discover your boss is stealing your pay, are you going to still want to work the same way? If you discover that your girlfriend is cheating on you, is your relationship going to still be like explosive and skyrocketing? Right? Like, if you discover that your dad is hitting your mom, are you really going to have the same relationship and connection with you or with him? Do you see where I'm going? Like, all momentum vanishes just like that. So if something is based on a falsity, a lie, these people have created a world that is filled with lies everywhere we look, illusions, tricks. And you can say that there's benefit to it, right? Like, the dark motivation can be beneficial. So maybe these tricks and these illusions can get us to actually do. So fair. But what if they're getting us to become something we're not? Hurtful people, bad people, people that don't do light actions. You see where I'm going with this? So if we can expose what's going on and educate people and give them information, and then now they can decide, well, guess what? The people who have the power, the people who have the control, the people who are exploiting, lose all of that. It's now a fresh, blank slate. We have to build anew. We destroy all the old. Think of a house. And you discover that underneath the house, the foundation, it has mold, it has water, it has mud. The point is, we chose the wrong place to build a house, a neighborhood. What do? Now that we have this information, this knowledge, we destroy the house, because if we keep building it there, it's going to sink in 2-3 years and it's going to cause problems. So we destroy it and we find a new place and we create it new, because now we have the information to make that decision. You guys see where I'm going with this? Now we rebuild. So don't be afraid of destroying the old to create new. Why would you continue to build on a house, on a foundation that's literally going to be problematic? Why are you going to keep the mold in the block of cheese? It's time, guys. It's time. So I'm just going to take a quick break right here for a few minutes, and then we're going to get started on talking about mental attacks and how the world actually works, and what if 99% of what we knew is not true. All right, and we're back. Yep. It's time for some infiltration. It's a topic, it's a term that I developed from learning how to sell, how to become a salesman. And I know a lot of people view that term in a negative light, and it's where I one of the topics that I'm going to talk a lot about, and it's that stop worrying about things. They just don't matter. Why is infiltration bad? Why can't it be good? What if like you infiltrated like the example I gave last night, a house where two kids are literally locked up in a basement for the first 12 years of their life, and you gave them information that actually made them realize that the world is a beautiful place, and all of a sudden their world and life changes. You infiltrated, but you did a light action. You see, like it's all about the action, the light action. That's the key to everything. Doesn't your dark motivation was there, right? Like, "Hmm, I'm gonna get these parents, but you did a light action. The problem when people get lost is that they have either a dark motivation, dark action, or light motivation, light action. It just doesn't work. You have to have the dark motivation for light action. So I infiltrated basically like my job as a salesman, I would consider, especially once I got to the medical software corporate level, was I infiltrated countless healthcare facilities, hospitals, and I befriended multiple people, and I just learned everything about them, about the organization, about their place. And there's one thing that I realized is that in every single place that I worked or I investigated and infiltrated, is that I got really good at seeing where the issues were. I just became very analytical and analyzed. And I could see like which already the employees that were problematic, who was exploiting, who's not. Like I could just catch it instantly. But one of the things that I found the most interesting was that you could just tell the energy vibe of each place. And there were truly some places that I knew for a fact were human ranches. They were just energy loosh farms. That they were just literally exploiting everyone there, and they were exploiting their customers. They're exploiting the everyone in the vicinity, and the bosses were just very toxic and negative, and terrible working conditions, no breaks. And it just got to a point where I'm just like, okay, I don't understand why they have to be that way, but I just felt like it was in my place. It was in my place to actually be the one to say something. But now it is. So, for example, I've heard and seen that a lot of the Mexican government has work conditions that are just not very favorable, specifically money wise. They underpay significantly. And the reason for that is because they want to keep more of the energy for themselves, right? Like we talked about how money is energy. So if money is energy and time, right? The more you keep for yourself, the more of it you have. And if you're serving the dark one, the dark lord, you could even just think of it, if you don't want to think about it from a spiritual entity, just think of it as the president of Mexico, right? Or the cartel leaders or something of that nature, right? You want to keep more of it for yourself. That's the whole point. So one of the things that I've noticed is that countries like that, what they do is, for example, if they're operating here in the United States, like let's say like Mexican embassies or consulates, is that they actually have terrible work conditions because they need to create more of that energy. They need to have those situations. So I tell you, why do we accept that? Once we start understanding that those things are happening, why can't we just create a situation where the environment changes? Like, what if those bosses, like they're like, we can't, there's no way, because the Mexican government in Mexico, they're the ones who control it. So we can't make a change. Really? Like, are they there enforcing it? Are they physically present, being like, no, there's no way, you can't do this? What if literally everyone who showed up to work at the Mexican consulate and they're just cheering. There's a party, there's music, there's just who has how do they know? And if they do know, why then you ask yourself, why don't they want everyone happy? Why don't they want everyone celebrating? Why don't they want the workers actually feeling good? So if you can't make it your reality, like just think about it, this goes to let's go away from the Mexican concept. And just every single organization, every single company, every single nonprofit, every single school, if your leaders don't let you create such an environment like no music, let's say even in prison, let's get the prison reforms. You can't have music. You can't turn off the lights. We have to keep the prisoners in terrible situations. I ask you, why? Why does that have to be that way? Try it out. Go against it. What are they going to punish you? If they punish you for helping someone, if they punish you for doing something good for someone, and you need to pay attention to that. Ask, why would anyone punish someone else for helping someone? Hey, right now, there's literally a homeless dude around the corner that hasn't eaten anything in 5 days, and he might actually get sick and die. And I give him a sandwich that I was going to throw away because I'm full. I ordered too much food. I do that. And all of a sudden, 6 people run up to me and start beating me up. Ask yourself, why would they do that? To me, it tells me that they want to kill that homeless person. They want that person to fall down completely. So think about it like that and work. So if you can think about it, if the homeless example makes sense, why does it not make sense at companies, at works, at schools, at anything, any organization, any place where we gather as a group of people? If the environment is not conducive to passion, happiness, energy recovery, like you should be able to heal. Like imagine if we created an organization where we're trying to heal the ocean or the environment. And while we're in that, everyone gets to choose like their favorite song that they want to play. There's just group conversation. We listen to each other. We're helping each other out. It's like, hey, how are we going to work on curing the Atlantic Ocean, like the heating issues, like the sharks are having issues, the turtles, like what can we do? And everyone's just strategizing together. Everyone's laughing, everyone's talking, and progress is being made. The best town is working together versus everyone's just competing against each other. No one's worried anymore about pay. They're worried about results of actually improving the world because guess what? The government now decides, hey, you don't have to worry about rent anymore. You don't have to worry about food. You don't have to worry about water. You don't have to worry about electricity. You don't have to worry about internet. And you can get to a situation where you can work on your passion. Now, there's going to be more that has to be discovered there. I don't have all the answers. And that's where you come in, right? All those people that are experts in these areas that I don't have all the answers to, we need to get together. And we need to start brainstorming like, okay, how could we improve the economic situation? How can we reform prisons? Why do they have to be that way? What if it's not about time? What if it's about rehabilitation? What if it's about, hey, literally someone gets in because they made a huge mistake. They actually didn't just have a dark motivation, they did a dark action, right? So we realized that they're going to be dangerous. Well, I think there's still a better answer than prison, but let's just say, right? And we put them in there, and within 3 days, they learned a lesson. They're away from their child. They're away from their wife. They're away from their parents. They feel sad. And the entire time, we have someone like myself or other people that are literally just bombarding them with healing, changing their perspective, changing their view. And within 3 days, they're like, I can't believe. And they realized that actually the only reason they became that way was because they got influenced by the Dark One. Now we break the hold that the Dark One has on them, and they finally can see clearly again. The fog that was blocking their eyes is gone. And they just are like, I have no idea why I even did that. And you're like, I know. Because it happened to me too. Within 3 days, we can let them out. But in those 3 days, it's actually, we created a paradise for them. And they just don't understand, like, why I feel like I'm almost like rewarded here. Like I'm living in, there's green plants everywhere. Like there's nature. We're going on nature walks. Like we have water. We're eating good food. They're teaching me how to cook. Like, imagine we just taught people how to live right actions in a better life instead of just punishing them and reinforcing them negatively. Like what could happen, right? That's just an idea that I came up with on the spot. Now imagine if we had a group of people, thousands and thousands and millions of people all collaborating to make a new system that could solve that. Because now we're not worried about survival. Now we're worried about creating paradise. Now we're worried about making the best world that we possibly can. Oh, shit. I didn't record this. It's okay. It's on stream. It's perfect though. Doesn't matter. So all of a sudden, I don't need to have that. That's okay. So all of a sudden, I lost my train of thought because of that, but it's good. I said enough about that. It was actually a good break. The point is, we need to realize that if we work together as one and we stop creating fabricated scenarios that don't have to be that way, truly, like, ask yourself, could you live in a society where money, let's just say even without money, but money was only meant for extras, luxuries, exclusively? You could literally have zero money and you could survive, guaranteed, be taken care of, health-wise and everything like that. Could you? Right? And the way the society works is, oh, that's what I was going to talk about, but I forgot. Perfect. It's no longer a system of capitalism. This is the end of capitalism. Today, Saturday, October 19th, 2024, 3:47 p.m. Western Time or Mountain Time, marks the end of capitalism. It marks the beginning of people realizing that there are better ways, and it's not, socialism is not the answer, communism is not the answer, but none of those things are pure bad. And same with capitalism. There's a lot of good in it. Something that gets people to push for more, to fight for more, to try to reach to the heavens. There's nothing wrong with that. The problem is that the message, the idea, the ideal got lost in translation. So I propose, and again, this is where I need your help. Let us all gather together, and the best minds, if they're focused on actually creating new ideas rather than just slaving away for pointless energy, whoosh, in human ranches, what could we accomplish? Now they're actually doing something with their skill set, with their knowledge. I call it innovationism. So we're going to live in a world where the whole goal, the whole focus is, how can we innovate? How can we create the promised land? How can we create our paradise? Every area that's lackluster in some way, and we all know it, but guess what we all say? We say it's not possible. Oh, it would be nice if we wouldn't have to pay for rent in homes, and we could have, every person was guaranteed to have shelter, just a room to sleep in. It doesn't have to be the most grandiose thing, right? But people are like, that's not possible. And I ask you, why? Why is it not possible? Who decided it's not possible? Once you start following the train or the lines and connecting the dots, you realize that there's some specific people that want to make sure it's not possible. What happens when you're worried about survival and having a house and a room to sleep in? Fear, anxiety, stress, insecurity. What does that do? It drains you. It spawns what I call the energy drainers. Think of it like Harry Potter, a Dementor. Think of it as a Venus flytrap. Think of it like as a hand comes from underneath the ground and latches onto you. A parasite is implanted in you, and it just starts draining you nonstop. And it's feeding it to the people who want that energy. Because again, if energy can't be created, it has to be taken or transferred. And if it's only restored through healing or sleeping, right? So literally fabricating scenarios to drain your energy. Makes sense, right? All of a sudden you're like, huh, so that's why they want to keep us trapped, because they want that. And, I could be slightly off, but just think about it, guys, and share your opinion. We're moving toward innovationism. That's the future of this world. So it's happening right now. It's being created as we speak. So with that, we go to our next topic, which is, what if 99% of what we knew was not true? Better said, incomplete. We only can see one side of the coin. So let's think about this, right? This is the way. Mandalorian. You guys see it? Let me flip it. Now you see a different image, a different picture. What if I told you that this is the everything? This is the only thing that is in this world, this side. And you are operating based on that information. This exists. How is that possible? The other side exists. Give me the coin, right? Imagine if you were told that tails does not exist. There's only heads, or vice versa. Why? Why would someone tell you that? Why would someone intentionally prevent you from knowing that there's a other side to the coin? That's the question that we all have to ask. Why don't they want us to know certain things, right? Is it for our own protection? Really? That's what they always say. But is it? Or is it for their own protection? It's a question that we all have to ask. Why don't they want us to know it? And if these people start talking about it, why does it get silenced? Why does it get suppressed? Why do problems arise? If there's no issue with information or knowing it, like, if it just helps people become better, wouldn't we want everyone to know that? Like, if this helps 10 people just live a happier life, and they can help 10 more people each, like, do you see the chain reaction? Like, why wouldn't we do that? It makes no sense. You see, guys? So let's talk about then if there's things or people or entities that are intentionally trying to stop you from learning certain things or knowing certain things, how would they do that? So it begins with what I call mental attacks. Do you ever wonder why negative thoughts enter your head? Like, I mean, even I, like, just recording this, like, it's just so minor, like something like pops in there, and I'm like, get out of there. But also positive ones. Why do you think that happens? Why? It's just how it is. It's just how the brain is. Really? You really think something as powerful and as complex as the brain or the world, it just is that way because it is? It's not. So think about it like this. A PowerPoint slide. Close your eyes and relax for a minute. See what pops in to your head. Perhaps put on some music. Perhaps put on one of those eye massagers or like temple relaxer things and just close your eyes and almost like start dozing off and see what pops up. All of a sudden, a negative memory, a visual pops up. An intrusive thought. How about when you missed that sign from that hot girl in high school? You remember that time? Yeah? Remember when you remembered it while you were showering? Or the one time when everyone laughed at you because you mispronounced that word when you were reading in middle school? Yeah? You guys remember that? Think of a song. Or humming or whistling that all of a sudden comes to mind. Maybe you're like, well, I don't know why, but I just feel like whistling this. Why do you think that happens? Do you think it's a coincidence? It's not. It's not a coincidence. There are no coincidences in this world. That's the first thing that you need to accept. There are no coincidences in this world. Doesn't mean that accidents can't happen. Accidents can happen even if everything's planned. Like, think about your best plans. But what if I told you that behind the scenes there are things influencing those best plans? Last time we talked about good and bad spirits, energy, and you can think about even good and bad people, right? Bosses. But you have to accept that there are things that are helping and there's things that are hurting. So that's what I call mental attacks. When all of a sudden you close your eyes and you remember that one time that all of a sudden you close your eyes and you remember that one time that a friend did something bad to you. But then all of a sudden you close your eyes and you remember, oh, remember when I got the touchdown in high school and I won? You see, like, the reason why one got pushed versus the other is they were trying to get you to feel a certain way. So think of it as you are showing pictures to a friend or your brother or your sister on your phone, right? Take your phone. The dark version of you, the hurt version of you, is going to show a picture of them. Maybe you guys were together, of when they were obese. They're going to get triggered by that. It's like, oh, I don't like those memories. I don't enjoy seeing fat version of me. The light version of you, the one who's loving, the one who cares, is going to show a picture of the trip that you guys went on where you were happy, where you were laughing, a good memory. So think if you were having dark actions or light actions, or if you're in a good spot versus a bad spot, you would show a different picture. You're like, oh my God. And you ask yourself, wait, but why would I ever show the fat picture? When you have more dark inside you, or when you're more open to these entities that can influence you, they do it through subliminal messages, and we're going to go into that. But you all of a sudden are like, I don't know why, but do you guys remember the one trip, or like 7 years ago when we lived together in, I don't know, in Idaho, and you start scrolling, you're like, oh, look at this. And it's a picture of when they're obese. And you just, for some reason, felt inclined to show that one. And it might not have even been like planned on your part, but at least so you thought. But it wasn't you. Something suggested it to you. Something encouraged you to do that. But maybe at the same time, if you had like light and dark, like the balance is there, maybe you were like, wait a minute, actually, no, let me not show you that one. Like you were scrolling and all of a sudden it's like you got like another new trigger that popped up. It's like, wait, actually, I have a better idea. Let's look at the pictures of the trip. Or maybe someone else all of a sudden comes into the room and is like, hey, oh my God, you guys just remember that trip we went on like 2 years ago, like as bros, that road trip? And then you're like, yeah. And then instead of looking at that picture of when your friend was obese, you guys now start looking at the picture of the trip. So that means a third person got influenced to stop what was happening, which was the dark play. Do you guys see, like, that person literally stopped a negative event from occurring? Think about that. Has that ever happened to you? Have you ever noticed? Like, just start replaying events in your life. Just think about it. Like, was there ever like all of a sudden like someone was going to do something like bad, or was like, hey guys, do you remember when his sister did this? And like you can already tell, like her face sinks and all this stuff. And then someone else comes in and is like, oh my gosh, actually that just reminds me when she drew this amazing art piece in Mexico, and it just completely changes it. That is the spiritual war that is going on around us. And the sooner you are willing to accept that, but look, those things happened through people. It wasn't like literally a spirit manifested right next to me, like, oh, hello there, and is talking beside us. But what if they're right here and they're whispering in your ear, implanting a thought, a memory, putting a little seed there? And it's like, okay, that. The sooner you're willing to accept that that's even just a possibility, you don't have to fully believe it, but the sooner that you're willing to accept that that is even a possibility, all of a sudden, everything changes. So, talking about that you're going to start realizing that you're missing thousands and thousands and thousands of signs daily of that nature that you put no weight to before. You just didn't understand how to interpret them. And you still don't, but we're going to get there. So if we can accept that there are things capable of doing this, literally influencing us, and like we said, both physically and spiritually, that are unseen, now we can actually fight back. And I briefly spoke about it last night, but dreams, REM sleep. You ever wake up from a nightmare? The dark forces, the dark entities did it. They put it in there. You ever had a great dream? Almost like, wow, I wanted it to keep going. The light forces probably did it. And you can say that sometimes there might be some that are open to interpretation, right? Like maybe were really close to healing from a trauma and they almost like made you experience it in a dream, because it's a lot easier to experience it in a dream versus experiencing it in person. Now, that's a positive thing, right? You might make you feel really weird when you wake up, but you're like, wow, actually, like it's almost like I got exposure therapy in a safe environment. It was in the dream world rather than the real world. So, right, that leads us to discernment, where you have to be able to do that. But so not every like quote unquote nightmare necessarily has to be bad. And we're going to talk about being able to reframe it. Like you take away its power. So even if it was a bad dream, maybe it actually taught you something. And then all of a sudden it becomes a good dream. So that leads us to what I want to talk about. Noise. One of my favorite new words. And let's begin by thinking about it for clarity's sake, that noise equals dark, sound equals light. Right? Almost think about it like noise is you just hear drilling, like you were trying to focus on your work and the window is open, you hear drilling really, really loud and beeps and all this stuff. Sound is your favorite songs, your music, right? Like you see, like one is dark, it's making you feel bad, it's making you distracted, causes like that. The other one is actually helping your focus. It's making you feel good. So you see, like, so don't overcomplicate it, but think about it like that. But now also think about it. Noise is what the darkness is doing. The dark forces, the spirits, or even just people around you. And sound is what the light people are doing. There's literally a nonstop barrage, and we're surrounded by noise and sound. That's literally how this world works. There's noise and there's sound. And you can say that you can make any noise sound and you can make any sound noise, right? Like, for example, for you, death metal might be sound, but for me, it might be noise, right? So there is nuance to it. But where it gets interesting, and we're going to talk about this a lot more in depth, is these entities, these forces, these spirits, they come to get to know you. They come to understand you. They have access to information. And part of it is, just things that you talk about, things that you see. So think of it basically like there's a database on your computer, your phone storage, like the pictures you take. So every time you have an event and an experience, a snapshot is taken. And now they have permanent access to it. So now they know about it. Especially if you write it down, like your journal, or you talk about, say it aloud is the most dangerous of all. Now they know, they hear. I mean, think about like your phones, cameras, microphones, everything. They have access to all of those things. So anything you say around like an Alexa device, they get that information and now they can use it against you, right? So think of it just like that. And when it comes down to that, imagine now that they know that you actually dislike death metal, but you like, I don't know, movie music, maybe from like Shawshank Redemption. So you might be out on a walk and you might hear death metal all of a sudden. Guess what? That's noise. But you walk a little further and you hear someone humming the tune to Shawshank Redemption, the main theme. That's sound. You see, guys, like it's literally that simple. But what if you could rewire that death metal to be like, okay, now it's going to be motivation. And you start running, you start sprinting when you hear it. And just anytime you hear death metal, you're like, I just got to run. Now you take away the power of the noise. And now it becomes actually a tool to create sound. And we're going to get into all those tactics and strategies. That's just a brief overview on how to fight back against it. But really, the takeaway here is that there's noise and sound, dark and light, and they understand and they learn, they study you, and they figure out what are the things that are noise for you and what are the things that are sound for you. And it's constant, it's ongoing. And as you start improving and changing, they're going to develop their tactics differently, right? But sometimes it's good to make them believe that they have a little more power than they do. You'll be surprised. It actually can get kind of funny once you start catching it. You're like, oh my gosh, Literally, they just did that. So, but we'll get there. We'll get there. So, let's talk about noise vessels. So, these entities, these people, for the people who want to be stuck on logic, these forces, they need a vessel to communicate to you. Until you're fully awakened and you become one with you and your higher self. But we'll get there. That's what this whole process is about. But let's focus on vessels. So it's like, think of it as if you don't understand Chinese, Spanish, or German, and you only speak English, they can be talking right next to you and it's going to sound like noise, right? You just don't understand. If you learn the language, it becomes a sound. So if it happens in language, why can't it happen in other things? You guys see where I'm going with this? Like, it's just something as simple as language. So we're essentially, you're learning a new language right now. You're learning the spiritual language. So noise vessels. These spirits want to talk to you. A lot of them want to do bad stuff because they're serving the dark one who's trying to create insecurity, fear, traumas, problems to find ways to drain more of your energy, which is basically our life force, right? Because it wants that. Now, do you have the other side who's like, no, please, no, we're trying to defeat that guy, that thing, whatever you want to call it. And they're trying to help you. So the biggest key takeaway that you can have is for this topic about noise vessels is that both entities, both sides of the coin are operating under the same rule set. Once you understand that, everything changes. For the longest time, I didn't understand why, as I started going down this progression of spirituality, of awakening, of understanding how the world works, why things that I thought were supposed to be helping me were causing me problems, baiting me, contradicting signs, hurting me, triggering me. And, some of it, I'm sure, actually were the life forces being like, okay, you're ready now to heal this trauma. Okay, here's a quick little test. And, they're going to get better at communicating with you and helping you. But, that it was great. They knew what they were doing. But in that moment, I couldn't understand, right? But the majority of the time, it should be love. It should be helpful, right? It doesn't make sense why someone would actually actively be trying to hurt you or tricking you. It doesn't. Even if you're trying to train someone or teach them a lesson, you don't constantly do it. So accepting that there's people or there's entities, both, that are literally operating under the same rule set is the start. So what are noise vessels? They're just tools that they use to communicate with you because you don't speak their language yet. You haven't gotten there. Eventually you will. But think of an ad, social media, a book, an article. It could be a book or an article given to you by someone. Let's say I hand you the Bible, and I know that you hate religion. Music, movies, games, animals, objects around you, cars, other drivers. Basically, anything physical or material around you. I want you to think about it like this. The world was created based on the agreement that life and the humans living on this earth, the gladiator arena, would have free will. For those who might have played or heard of the Sims game, a simulation where you get to control these characters called Sims. When you can have pets, you can have children, but even think about in real life. Think about your pets. Think about your children. Free will isn't always so nice, is it? If they can just go around and do whatever they want. What if they make a silly decision? All of a sudden they grab a knife and they're just like throwing it in the air and like juggling it. You're like, please don't do that. What are you doing? Like, think just like your child. Or if your dog all of a sudden like grabs a knife and like running around with it, you're like, So if you play the Sims game, like they sometimes do really foolish actions. Like they just start a fire all of a sudden. You're like, you were just cooking up beans and rice. Like, how did you start a fire? What is going on? You're hurting yourself. Like, why did you no? Why did you tell that girl? Why didn't you ask her out? Like, no. I'm like, oh my gosh. But free will. So the rule was when this earth was created that they could not interfere at first, merely observe. There's still some things that I'm figuring out, but essentially, let's just say that the Dark One realized, just like corporations on Earth, that if you raise prices, if you give less, you get to have more energy, you get to have more money, you get to keep more things for yourself. So they realized that there are ways around free will. But before we continue down that path, I just really want to help people understand that I want you to view it almost as the Hunger Games. Events can essentially be created for you, around you to encounter. And back in the day, it used to be a lot more subliminal. Now it's becoming more overt, especially as this information has been exposed and disclosure is happening. It's just going to get even more blatant because, well, what are they going to do? Once people understand it and know it, they're like, oh no. So just start paying attention. When you go on a walk, think about the things that you're interested in. Like, let's say you're a person who enjoys picking up trash or poop, or dog poop, like you just help other people. Start doing it more. And then tell me if in a few weeks you notice that there's even more poop or more trash. And it's almost like it's baiting you, it's guiding you a certain way, and it could be for good, but could it also be for bad? Is it taking away your time? Is it leading you then all of a sudden you're doing that and then randomly someone like kicks you? You're like, what? It opened you up to being vulnerable. So anyway, we'll talk about that a lot more. But think of it like if you were locked in your room. Right now, this is your office. You close the door, you lock it, you throw away the key. There's infinite amount of food and water in there. You're going to survive, right? You never left. No internet. This is where I talk about the concept of ins. And I'm going to touch upon that here shortly, but there's just no way for these spiritual powers that be to actually get to you then. Like, think of a smart TV. Why is it filled with ads? Each ad block that is on there is a vessel for noise or sound, for an opportunity for them to communicate with you. So they could actually show you a good ad. Like maybe you're thinking, hey, I think I'm finally gonna propose to my girl. I'm finally getting the courage to do so. You might see rings. Now, it could also be the dark side trying to get you to spend money by showing you expensive rings, diamond rings, right? So you engage more with the system. But think of it as nudges. That's the word we're going to use. This is the way around free will. Nudges. The power of suggestion. One second. All right, we're back. It was a long delay, but there were some things that need to be taken care of, and breaks and energy are important. Just like we were talking about earlier, energy is everything in this world. So, all right, let's start recording. We're going to call this the third battle. Okay, so starting my recording. Here we go. Let's change the music as well. Okay, just put on a song called Serious Storytelling. That tells you what's about to happen. Okay, so let's get started. So part of the process, again, is after you take a break, you have to ease yourself back in. So what does that mean? It means warming up. So we're going to talk about a topic, a lesson that I literally just learned just a few minutes ago, which is the power of helping. If we all took care of each other, do you think that anyone would have to set themselves on fire? So in this example, imagine my brother. He covered one of my vulnerabilities, one of my weaknesses, something that I'm not good at, something that I can't currently do, something that I don't currently have. Yet now, what if I did the same thing for him? And it could be anything, right? It could be maybe he doesn't know how to tie his shoes. Maybe he doesn't remember to drink water, but I can remind him of that. So I cover his vulnerability, his weakness. And then together, we're completely safe. We're completely thriving. that is why this new world moving toward a process of and prioritization of helping each other is the answer and the solution to everyone who's worried about, hey, don't set yourself on fire. Take care of yourself first before you help others. If everyone is helping each other, then we naturally take care of ourselves. Our weaknesses are covered. And as we continue to talk about the Dark One and people and its servants that do its bidding, right? Even just logically and physically around us, our abusive bosses, our in-laws that tend to exploit us, right? Like all those people. Once they start realizing and understanding that everything they're doing, all of their dark actions, all of their bad behaviors, all of the subliminal messages that get them to start behaving in a certain way are removed, and they start understanding that it's not actually who they are deep down, selfishness disappears. And once selfishness disappears, all of a sudden, the power of healing becomes clear. So, let's begin. We're going to repeat this last part because I think it's extremely powerful to think about. But it's the concept that the world was created based on the agreement that life and the humans living in the gladiator arena known as Earth would have free will. So imagine the Sims game. Imagine your pet. Imagine your child. So for those who are familiar with Sims, basically you controlled humans that you designed, and you built a home, and you could choose how they live day by day, when they eat, when they go to the bathroom, what job they take, what if they watch TV, when they sit down, and they had different meters that showcase their needs. Like they haven't sat down all day, so their comfort is low, so they might get mad at you. So you have to make them sit down or rest on the couch. They haven't played any games or watched any shows, so their entertainment meter is low. So you now have to make them watch TV or play a video game or go on a walk. They have skills that they can develop, creativity, logic, things of that nature. So, hey, if you make them play chess, their logic skill improves over time. If you make them draw on a piece of paper, their art skill improves over time. So think about life is essentially the Sims game. Go as deep as you want in that rabbit hole. But if we can agree and believe that there are things that are influencing us, from the physical to the spiritual and the energetically, could they basically be playing Sims with us? Right? So now think about it in the sense of, if these computer-controlled characters in the game, there's an option called free will. And if you have it checked, the characters will survive by themselves. They will just start playing by themselves. But sometimes you're just watching them and observing them, and you're like, what are you doing? Like, randomly, they just want to grab the newspaper at like 11 p.m. and it's winter outside, it's freezing, they're hungry, they haven't gone to the bathroom. You're like, why would you do that? Free will. Now, you as the player, the designer of the game, this sim game, you can actually exit out. Think of it like closing out a tab on the internet browser. And you can actually stop them from going to get the newspaper at that time, because you're like, absolutely not. Or you can just quickly assign them new commands like, go get food, go to the bathroom, do this, and just keep trying to cancel them to do the newspaper. But they will fight you. They will fight you. They want to go, like, no matter what. So like, literally, like, all of a sudden someone could come in screaming and try to distract them, or like their wife could try to give them a kiss, and they're like, no, I must go get the newspaper. Think about it, guys. Have you ever been so set and focused on one thing, but it's almost like there's noises and sounds and things popping up that are encouraging you, telling you basically, don't do this. Now, could it be that it's a good thing for you and they're trying to stop you? Noise, dark. Or could it be that it's a good thing that you don't do this and they're trying to help you? That's the problem. That's the struggle, right? Of this world that we live in. of the noise vessels, of the sound vessels, is that you have to be able to slowly, over time, through repetition, through knowing yourself, through learning from your mistakes, start developing and understanding what is good for you and what's not. And it's a never ending battle. It's something that we have to deal with every single day. And it changes, right? Like today, you might want to work on your passion, on your hobby. And it's super important that anything related to like cleaning, distractions, prioritizations, games, movies, books, even if they're all super interesting stuff, new information, that's all noise today. Yesterday, it was literally sound. Those were all you needed to recharge, you needed to clean, you needed to learn new things. They were all sound. And today, they became noise. That's the biggest challenge of the game of life that we play, that we live in, is that it's constantly changing based on our needs, based on the current objective, based on the current mission. But there's one thing that's undeniable, is that here's the truth. Any of those things, even if you did it, even though they're considered noise today, they're still helpful things. You cleaned your house. You should have actually worked on your passion project. You were ready, you were motivated, you didn't do it. You didn't get as much done as you could have. But is it really a bad thing that your house is cleaner, there's less clutter, you feel better, like the energy in the room is better? No, there's not inherently negative, but in the grand scheme of things, in the grand design, it is a negative. It's noise. But do you see, like, that's where discernment comes, because it's like, hey, if right now I played a video game with my brother, it's noise, it's a distraction. It's stopping me from doing this, something that I need to do, something that I want to do. But it's improving our relationship as siblings. I'm going to have fun. My entertainment meter fills up, because that's like literally The Sims. That's how it works, right? We each have a meter for our needs: hunger, energy, entertainment, creativity, comfort. Clutter is basically, think like your environment. Like if you improve your environment, that goes up. And as all those things improve, your happiness goes up. That's real. Relationship meters, that's real. Like, hey, my brother, we have a relationship between -100 and 100. So as we keep doing actions together, we play games together, it bumps up. Maybe if I played a game with him, it bumped up by 10 points. We were at 30. Now we're at 40. Guess what? Our conversations improve. Now if I ask him to do a favor for me, he might be more willing to do it, because he wouldn't have accepted under 40, but now that he's at 40, he will say yes. And that's how life works. Like as a salesman, you realize that, hey, I can't ask the CEO of the biggest surgery clinic in Colorado to agree to this $800,000 per year deal for us to do her billing for all her surgery clinics, because she doesn't trust the company. She likes me, but we have to improve the relationship. I have to build up trust. So you have to improve the relationship meter. Once we get to like maybe like 70, 80, she'll agree to doing business with me. The company has to only be like a 20, 30, but I have to be a 70, 80. And so I got a lot of work to do. I have to take her to dinner, have to have conversations, phone calls, text, emails, all the sort. It's just like, would your girlfriend or wife accept the ring to get engaged or married? Day one, maybe, but theoretically and most likely, no. You have to improve the meter. So I could be helping my brother. Our relationship meter is going up. Is that a bad thing? No. You see where I'm going? Like, that's the difference between noise and sound. Like the sound can become noise and a negative in the short term, but in the grand scheme of things, it's still not a harmful action, right? It's just, it delayed things. It caused, it wasn't the best decision, but it was still overall a positive. And that's the difference. Noise will always be noise. Noise can become sound. And if it has dark intentions, right? It's a dark action. And that's where discernment comes in. It's like, once you realize that there are going to be conflicting signs and conflicting views, you're like, well, how do I know then? It's a lot easier to think, well, hey, all these things that you're talking about, these noise vessels, right? The ads, the social media, the books, the articles, the games, the music, your animals, like, hey, can I lump them in bad or good? Problem is you can't. You have to decide. It's just like, well, why is my dog wanting me to do this? Like, why does he keep going over there? And every time you go over there, like, someone insults you. Like, let's say you're on a walk and you keep going down this alley. Every time you go down that alleyway, you get literally insulted by like this grandma who looks out of a balcony. Guess what? That's noise. Your dog is literally leading you to noise. He is being influenced and controlled and subjugated to the dark one's influences to make it happen. What do you guys think about that? So that's what we call free will, right? Think about your pet and children, right? They do things, they do actions that sometimes also you just are like, why would you do that? Your kid grabs a knife and is like doing the game where between their fingers, and you're like, why are you doing that? Like, you could cut yourself. And then let's say they cut themselves. They're okay. They learned a lesson, right? But you wish you could have just like stopped it, controlled it, or like given them like, hey, remember when knives can hurt you? Don't do that. It's a problem. But they have to listen. They have to interpret the sign properly, correctly. Otherwise, it doesn't mean anything. They could rebel against you, and it doesn't mean it's a problem. Sometimes actually leading them to rebellion could be good if you understand them, right? If you understand your child's motivations, like, hey, maybe they're motivated by deadlines, and you can present them a deadline and you can use them. So basically, you can almost think about these spiritual entities that are involved, or even non-spiritual entities, physical ones, that your bosses and your parents, right? Everyone's just parenting someone else, right? Everyone's training another thing. You're training like your dog, your cat, and you want them to behave a certain way. But think about that. When we start wanting to control them and have them behave a certain way, aren't we essentially taking away free will? So if the rule was that humans are going to live, they're going to be free, they're going to have free will. Soon you realize that, or soon they realize that that's not actually ideal, because, well, they can make amazing decisions, but they also can make really foolish ones. So do you really just want to be an observer and just be like, oh my God, this is a mess? No. Most people would not want to do that. They want agency, they want influence, they want to know that their actions have impact. I mean, I'm guilty of that. It took me a long time before I realized that what I'm doing, is, no matter what, is worth it, even if no one watches, even if it has no impact, because it's still impacting me. And that can change, because now my interactions outside are going to be different. My interactions with my dog, my interactions with my brother, everyone, I'm just going to be more positive. I'm going to be more light. There's going to be more light in me. I'm going to be more loving. I'm going to be more giving. So for me, it took me a long time to get to that point. And, it comes and goes. This time I'm finally confident that I'm never going to lose it again. But there's a lot of darkness, and there's a lot of things influencing you and shooting messages at you. And just like that, you can lose it. So let's think about it like this. Think of the Hunger Games. There's a group of people, or things, or spirits, or entities, or whatever you want to think about it, that are literally observing, and they can create events for you to encounter. So if they know that you're about to go on a walk, they can make certain things appear. And back in the day, it used to be a lot more subliminal. Like, it wasn't as overt as it is now, especially as disclosure and exposure of information is happening. But these events need to be activated. So what do I mean by that? We're going to do a detailed discussion about it, but I just wanted to start by getting people to start digesting it before we get into the heavy stuff. Is that if you, even just by like looking at it or engaging with it, like, let's say you walk by someone and they try to talk to you and you respond, you activated the event. But if you just keep walking, or you like have your AirPods in and you just like head down, the event doesn't activate, even if it tried. Have you ever been stopped on the street by a random person? That's an event. So how can you avoid events, right? Blinders, noise cancellation. You can also just stay in your room. You could be literally locked in your room. Lock it, the key, throw it away, and never leave. Don't open the door. If someone knocks, do not open. A knock is literally an invitation. Permission, asking permission. If someone asks you, hey, can we do this? They're asking if they can activate and run the event. Say no, or don't answer. Don't give information. Everything you say, because of your phone, because of microphones, because of cameras, because of everything, gets put into the overall universe's system database. So anything can be now used against you. Why do you think if you start talking about your plans to other people, your plans tend to be foiled? Why do you think that is? You really think it's because of them? Or you think it's because now they have access to that information? Those dark and light forces now know about it. The light ones are going to try to help you, but guess what? I have a feeling that if someone tries to help me accomplish this mission, it's going to be a lot less impactful than, because I could do it by myself, but it's going to be super helpful, right? And someone intentionally trying to stop me from doing this. It's just that, unfortunately, the way it is. So think about that. But if you were locked in your room and you had no internet, no TV, no nothing, they have no ins. There's no way for them to deliver messages to you. No way to suggest things to you. No way to provide information. You're unplugged. Literally think about it like you hooked up to the internet, you're part of the system, you're part of the game. If you unplug and you literally are locked in the room in darkness and there's no way that anything can get to you, you're literally exist outside of the game. What would you do with that information? So imagine now that you can contemplate all those things, picture that there was, that rule that was implemented where they are not supposed to interfere. But we've talked about how there's a dark one, or at least you should believe that there's people in place that want energy, that want money, that want more for themselves, right? So what did they realize? Just like corporations realize that, hey, if I raise the prices, yet also lower the quality and give less, but I can just say and market it in such a way that makes them believe that it's actually a good thing for them, then not only have we gotten around their free will because they think that they're winning, again, just like the first thing we talked about, like the label with the pepper and the salt shaker, you can bypass the rules the Dark One realized through the power of suggestion. Hey, I didn't tell them to do it. I just showed them that, hey, I just showed them a YouTube video that if they do this, well, then they're going to lose all their money. I didn't say that that's what's going to happen. I didn't tell them that that's going to happen. I didn't force them to do that. I don't know. Like, why are you mad that every day I'm showing them a video that if they keep going on this path that they're doing, that they're going to be punished? Like, what? There's nothing wrong. That's just a video. Stop taking it so seriously. What's wrong with you guys? Jeez, come on. Think about that one. Why would they want to do that? So you play their game. So you play the game to give them energy. And so you can play the game that they've designed. Think about any game designer. Think about someone who's created art, a movie, a book. For some reason, just who we are deep down. And like, even I, like, having put in so much work to fight against it, still has that innate need, desire to almost have like people watch it and experience it and know that I'm having impact. You want people to engage with what you created. So if the Dark One is currently in control and is creating these things, it obviously wants the energy, but it wants people to play its game. So if you stop playing it, what do you think it's going to do? How could it get you back? Through the power of suggestion. So think about it like this. Let's simplify it a little bit. Think of a smart TV. If you haven't had a smart TV, just think of it like you navigated to a website, one of those blogs or news article websites that just have a million ads on them. Each ad block on the TV or on the website is what we call a noise vessel, or it's a vessel because it could be a vessel for sound as well, for the light or dark messages to be presented to you. We call these nudges. So you can start nudging down someone on a specific path. Like, let's say I want my brother to start. We call these nudges. And let's say I wanted my brother to start dating girls and just find the value and the beauty of relationships and having a kid and a family. Or maybe I'm the father of the family and I want my first grandkid. So what am I going to do? I'm going to give nudges because I know that if I sit them down and I say, hey, um, are you going to have a kid? It's not going to go well, right? So instead you're like, yesterday I had dinner with my best friend from high school and he just had his second grandkid. Oh, it's so beautiful seeing that. Nudge. You're not interfering with their free will. But all of a sudden, now the kid knows, like, oh, man, I know my dad really wants a grandkid. Maybe I should start dating. Maybe I should. And now you could say, is that necessarily a bad thing? Like, it could lead them to happiness. It could lead them to one of the most incredible feelings in the world, love, right? So the nudges don't always have to be bad. They could actually be a really good thing. But we have to think about that, right? Like, it's where discernment comes in. You have to evaluate, is this actually good for me? Do they know something that I don't? Am I making a mistake? But then you start evaluating and you go down a path where, like, well, if I have a girlfriend, well, then I'm spending money and all of a sudden we're going on dates. Maybe I stop drinking. So, maybe now I'm going to start drinking again. So guess what? They just got you to engage with the system of the game. All of a sudden, you're like, well, okay, I'm gonna get a haircut. I'm gonna buy new clothes. I need to have a good job. I need to drive a nice car. I look good for her. Gotta impress her. And yes, of course, we should say that none of those things are needed to be in a relationship. But when all you're hearing is, well, she's not going to like you if you don't have those things. You might, even let's say you survive that. You're not influenced by those things. But what if she has been getting nudges this entire time? And power suggestion to bypass free will, which is basically saying, the guy doesn't take you to a 5-star or a nice restaurant, whatever the best 4-star, whatever it is, to eat like a steak and have wine. He doesn't care about you. He doesn't take you on a trip within the first 3 months. He's not a good boyfriend. He doesn't clean, if he doesn't do this, if he doesn't have his own apartment, high rise, or if he doesn't have a nice car that's at least $30,000. All those things are nudges and suggestions. And now she might believe those things. Like, why do you think all those specific girls have like this list of like requirements? Like, you think they just made them up themselves? Someone planted those things in their head. Someone showed it to them. Magazines. Who created those magazines? What if the author of those magazines had literally one of those dark spirits telling them, say this, write this, do this, write this. And they were just writing, and it's like all of a sudden they got like inspiration, like a pop-up appeared on a website that said guys should care about girls by taking them on nice dates. They're like, oh my gosh, yes, nice dates. And now they start writing that in the article, and now they present that article to the girl, because guess what, at school their friends talk about that article. They all at lunchtime have the new Cosmo magazine or whatever, and they're talking about it there, and she's the only one who hasn't, because her mom has protected her from outside noise. But she's seeing all her friends read that magazine, and now she feels the need to fit in because they're laughing. It's like, oh, you don't read the magazine, you're weird. So now they target her because they knew that since a kid everyone has called her weird because her mom overprotected her, sheltered her. So now that's the in, right? You're weird, you're weird, you're weird. So now she's like, okay, fine. So now she starts reading the magazine and she sees these things. And then she sees one of her friends who, she has the look of what the magazine says is the hot girl. So now she compares herself to her. She starts building an insecurity in her. You see where I'm going with this, guys? You see how easily you can literally, just through the power of suggestion, completely bypass free will. Just literally nudging one person to nudge another person to nudge another person, and you completely created that one person who your target was to go down this set road just through the power of suggestion and nudges. You used magazine, you used friends, you used the data that was an insecurity that there was created, knowing that her mom protected them from, and you're like, crap, we couldn't get into her, we couldn't get her to engage with the system. So how do we do so? It's this huge web that all connects. Boom. And how do they know all this stuff? A lot of it is, like I said, if you speak it, it gets put into the system. You tell someone else, it gets put into the system. Cameras, microphones, your phone, ads, anything you write, anything you put on social media, they have that information. Now you can bait them with the wrong information, but think about that. How messed up is it that you now literally have to play the game? Whereas like I have to intentionally bait them in certain directions to protect myself. At that point, are you even living? Imagine if you just, I mean, yeah, you are. But it's like you're living a movie. You're living like Jack Bauer in 24 or Person of Interest or things of that nature. You're literally trying to counter a system of force that's beyond imagination, beyond belief, but it's real. So now imagine if they know your location because you have your phone on you the entire time and you have location services on and you walk outside the door. Guess what? Now they know where you are. So now these things can make sure that they're going to, or they know your schedule, your routine. Hey, every day at 7 a.m. he goes out. Okay. Now they can create encounters or fabricate events or situations. And if you don't want to believe in manifestation or literally spawning something out of thin air, just believe it as, hey, the neighbor, they're going to use the neighbor. They're going to present something to them, like I said, a PowerPoint slide in their sleep to make them wake up and be like, okay, all right, I need to go on my walk. And that person on the walk they're going to be kind of grumpy and they're going to see that other you. And I say, I like to wear green and they hate green. They're like, oh, why do you like green? So they literally use someone else with a nudge. And then you go out there and cause you a trigger or make you feel bad. Think about that, guys. They know where you are to plan things, events, and situations to show you them, to encounter them. If you play it correctly, if you remove or take away a lot of the privacy, if you are more silent, if you write things down, if you understand how the game works, you can start fighting back. And it'll take them more time before they can create these events to literally cause you problems. Now, the goal, the end goal, the whole point of this guide, of this mission is where you can literally just laugh at it. You can resist it. You know what's happening because you're like, really? That's what you're showing me again? You're using that card? Like, it's going to get more blatant too. Like, let's just say they might be able to recreate someone that traumatized, like, let's say you got assaulted by someone. You're like, oh, crap. How do you even exist? Like, wait, what? You look exactly like that person. You're like, what the fuck? How is this? Excuse my language. You're like, how is this possible? I mean, literally. I wish I recorded some of the videos and pictures of some of the things that I've seen. There's literally people that are exact clones, essentially, of someone else, you know, from your memory bank. And just think about that, guys. Like, it's real. It's 100% real. I would bet it on the life of all my family, my child, everyone, that it's real. The more you know, the more blatant they're going to get because now they know they don't need to trick you anymore. The illusion is gone. So when that happens, what are they going to do? You literally, like your worst enemy, the person you hate the most, they'll make that person appear in front of you in some way, shape, or form, either a reminder, whether just anything. They'll try anything because they know, like, well, that used to work a year ago. Come on, guys, we need to be able to get him negative. We need to get him insecure. We need to make him feel fear so we can spawn the energy drainer and start taking his energy. And even if you think about it, like you don't believe in the energy draining, what happens when you're hurt and you're in a negative environment? You're not progressing on things. You're not working on things. You're not improving on things. Now you're going to cause other people problems. So what happens when you cause other people problems? Well, guess what? Now they're not changing things and they're going to be satisfied with being an eternal wage slave and so forth and so forth and so forth. Just think back when you're like, just pause right now. Just pause. Put on some music. And reflect on your life. Just think about all those moments where you're like, that seemed weird. Like, did someone say something that just made you be like, how did they know that? Or like, that's really weird. Like, why would they? Oh my gosh, wait. Your grandma is also from the Bavaria region? I mean, what? Mine is. Start paying attention. There are no coincidences in this life, in this world. This is a gladiator arena that we live in. And currently, it's not paradise because of these forces that are doing this stuff. But once you understand it and we fight back and we sing together, and we work on this together, we can create a paradise. We can make it paradise. Because eventually, first of all, if we all sing together and we fight against it, those things will vanish. They will be destroyed. Period. They're going to be gone. Their days are numbered. But if we just even understand it and we can guard ourselves, we know how to shield ourselves, we know how to protect ourselves, we know how to reframe it, we know all, and I'm going to get into all these tactics. They have no power over us anymore. Even if it like affects you a little bit, you're like, ugh. Because, and I'm going to get to this. It's a sign for me to keep going, but it's just, you can now laugh at it. So think of a seesaw, right? As there's a light and dark meter in this life. And as things happen and you do certain actions and you believe certain things and you work on certain things and you learn certain things, your seesaw, your meter starts going up and down. If you have more light than dark in you, it's easier for the light forces to give you light powers of suggestion. And I believe, I have no proof of this next statement, but I believe that light initially didn't intend to do this suggestion game. But when you realize what's happening, what are you going to do? Are you really just going to let all your people be enslaved by the slave master? You're going to fight back. And unfortunately, you have to play their game. Yes, they win by us even engaging with it, but are we really just going to let all of humanity be enslaved and destined to just being an energy slave? To be exploited? No more. This is deliverance. We're going to be free. We're finally free. So, if we can acknowledge and accept that the vessels that are used to communicate with us are shared by both light and dark. Let's use some crude examples, but they get the message across. Think of sex and having a baby. There's thousands and thousands and thousands, or whatever the count is, of sperm. One is chosen. One is the one that makes it through, and that's the baby that's born. So think about it like that. Like there's a shared vessel, right? And the light and the dark are trying to be the one, get their message across, be the one sperm that makes it through. And sometimes it's going to be the dark one, and sometimes it's going to be the light one. You're like, no, it's the dark one. It's like, oh no, you just put a really bad message to him. I'm like, oh gosh, I hope he can survive. But the reason why I say, depending on your meter, depending on the seesaw, the balance, if you have more light, think of it like a bubblegum machine. There's countless, if you have more light, there's more flavors that you like. If you have more dark, there's more flavors that you hate. And it's when you put in the coin and it starts spinning and spinning and spinning, and one falls down. One that falls, like, it's just literally just probability at that point, right? There's a higher chance that a light message is going to get through to you, a light nudge, a light suggestion. And that's the reason to do good. That's the reason to be better. If you want to really just dumb it down to the simplest terms, it's just, if you're good, if you're a loving person, if you're helpful, if you just have the desire to be peace in you, and like you just radiate light through light actions, dark motivations, but light actions, there's going to be more light suggestions that present themselves to you. Doesn't mean that there won't ever be dark ones. They're significantly reduced because they're playing in the same arena. Same vessels are all being used. So unfortunately, I still haven't found a way to have zero dark. They still manage to get through. And the more you know, they're going to be, especially as you start gaining this knowledge, you do become, I wasn't going to say this, but I'm going to tell it, you do become a person of interest, right? Like, they listen to everything we talk about, right? Especially if you have your phone on you and you don't have all the settings turned off, the privacy settings, they can hear everything, right? But why would they listen to someone who just has no idea and literally they spend their entire day just playing video games? Nothing wrong with playing video games, by the way. I've learned 70% of everything that I know playing video games. Amazing stuff. There's so many good stories in there. But That percentage is not accurate, by the way. I can't put a number on it, but I learned a lot from it. So the point is, they're not a risk. They're not a threat. They're not dangerous because they're just going to play games, whatever. They're not going to tell anyone. They're not going to investigate anything. But what if you actually become someone who will? The attacks are going to ramp up. But just like we talked about yesterday, if you cross that red line, if it's only one person that crosses that red line, the guards know exactly who to attack, who to focus on. But if it's literally 1,000 of us, what are they going to do? If they focus on me, let's go. Literally 999 of you are free to do everything you want. I will take all the attention gladly because I know the game 100%. I will gladly do that for you any day of the week. Bring it on. But you see how it is? Like, if we start doing it together, we become unstoppable. They can't stop us. They can't. What are they going to do? So if they focus on that person, well, then they liberated me to literally just go at it. And now I'm free to do it. Well, they better be scared. So do you see what it means? Like, then they have to now pick and choose, like, which fire do you put out? If there's 1,000 fires, you have to start doing triage. And how do you start doing triage? Triage, there's always going to be victims, unfortunately. It's prioritization. But they're like, well, we have to stop him. But what if I taught everyone all my knowledge and you guys start spreading it and you start teaching everyone all your knowledge? If everyone knows the same things, if everyone has the same power, everyone has the same drive, the same actions, even if I'm slightly better than you because I was the one who first figured it out, but you're going to get there as you start practicing. They can't. It doesn't matter. Like, whoever they stop, they're still going to lose. You see why we have to sing together? You see why we have to get together as one? Because they just can't stop us if we're united. It's literally impossible for them. They're going to do triage, but they're going to lose. It's 100% guaranteed that they're going to lose. So one of the things that I want people now to think about is, first of all, take a sip. That was a lot. This is the way. Let's talk about the castle, the rooms, and doors. So your home is your castle. Period. You can decorate your castle however you want. Decorations are good. It makes you feel like it's yours. It makes you feel connected. It makes you feel happy, but it's not needed, right? So be careful with decorations because you could go down a path of engaging with the system too much because you're trying to decorate it. Bare necessities, right? What do you actually need versus what do you actually want? And we'll talk. I'm going to do a long discussion on this another time where I talk about prioritization of what's important and excuses versus justifications on buying something. But basically, if you're going to get something and you're going to use it and it's going to be a tool and also make you happy and helpful, then it's worth it. But we'll get to that, especially as the world is going to slowly, or quickly, we're going to make it quickly, change from its reliance on money. We're going to move away from currency system. We're going to move towards a helping society and innovationism instead of capitalism. Things are going to change, right? So maybe we can create a world where we give people the opportunity to just choose to select a few decorations for their castle, and they can use that as a basis and a foundation. And then if they want to upgrade their decorations or something like that, maybe they get rewarded after innovating. We'll see. To be determined, and that's where you guys come in, right? We need to work together to come up with a new system, a new idea for this world, for this game, for this vision. But so you have a castle, right? And think about it in the old days, in the medieval days, the king had a castle and it was their fortress. It was where they were safe. So wherever you live, your shelter, that's your castle, right? That's where you're safe. And, you know, the castle had guards. The castle had maybe an entrance. And this is why we talk about when someone knocks, don't open, because you might be letting in the Trojan horse. So if they knock and you open, even if you just see them at the entrance of the gate and you're up the castle is like 100 yards distance from the opening of the gate, and you see them, that you might see a person that reminds you of a horrible trigger or trauma. And just by seeing them, you're like, "Hey there, king!" And then you're like, "Get that person out of here." Guess what? You saw them. You nudged. They gave you a nudge. You let them in. It was free will. You didn't have to let me in. You let me in. Well, you can't be mad. You see? So you need to protect your castle at all costs. Don't let people in. And if you do, make sure it's very well calculated, because, oh man, as you think back to your life, think about all the problems that happened when you let people into your castle, when everything was quiet and calm before that, right? And that's why the internet and remote things are powerful, because yes, we let people, like, you guys could be in the chats and start making nudges and insults and comments, but there's a lot more control here. I'm a lot more protected than if someone was physically here with me. So think about that. Your castle is everything. So it gets to understanding the way the world works in regards to the castle, is that, think of it as, some people, I might call it a reality bubble, but I've started to prefer calling it rooms. So think about in your house or in your apartment, there's rooms. And there's a reason why doors exist. People think they're just there to, I don't know, like for privacy, but it's more than that. When you open a door and you go into the next room and then you close it, think of it as like you crossed an invisible magical barrier. When you cross that magical barrier, a different event activates. Think of it like something is spawned, like a new virtual reality. And like if you've ever done one of those virtual tours of real estate, think of it like that. Like it's just, it teleports you somewhere else. So there's different events that can happen in that room. And if it's like, for example, the bathroom is one of the safest places that you can be. It usually doesn't have windows. There's not a lot of noise in there. I mean, there's the shower, there's the bathroom or the toilet, but sometimes they might try to create noise in there if they realize that it's your safe spot. So be careful about that. Pay attention. If things start breaking in the bathroom, you're like, why is that happening? There might be nudges going on because they are catching on that it's your safe spot. So when you're in that room, an event activates, right? So for most people, that's just going to the bathroom or taking a shower, or getting ready in the morning. But now if you bring in your phone, new events can happen, right? All of a sudden, let's say you're browsing social media while you're on the toilet. Guess what? Now nudges are open. You see where everything that you bring in is an in. That's what we're talking about. You have to pay attention to ins. Like, how would you infiltrate someone who literally locked themselves up in a room and never leaves? How would you infiltrate it? Well, maybe we give them a warning that says, hey, your neighborhood we ordered an evacuation. There's a fire nearby. It could be a lie. It could be literally fake. But if you scare them and you motivate them to leave the house, now they actually left. So now they're open and prone to nudges coming in. Now something might happen. What if you know that they're motivated by their ex or like a long lost lover, and all of a sudden they get a card in the mail? Literally, they locked themselves in the room because they understood the game. And they get a card in the mail that says, hey, I was just thinking about you last night. I really missed you. You want to meet me in Wyoming? And you're like, oh my gosh, it's my high school lover, the girl I was going to date, and she reached out to me. And now you go to Wyoming. Now you're open because you're outside in the world. You're no longer protected in your castle, in the rooms. Now events activate. So think about it like this. Your apartment is 1 square. The apartment building is another square. And then there's the outside. That's another reality. So in each one of those, different events can happen. Right? Your inner one is the most protected, right? The only thing that can happen there, as long as make sure you lock your doors, the only thing that can happen there are the events that you let in. So you don't let people in, you're much more protected. Protect your ins. Do an audit. Like, where could noise come in? Which vessels could they use to inhabit to send me nudges? Phones, internet, ads. And they don't have to be bad. Remember what I said, like, you get light nudges and you get dark nudges. Pay attention to it. You're literally opening it. The more things you're opening yourself to, there's a reason why actually going old school, like maybe listening to music on like CDs could be valuable, because guess what? There's no opening there to nudges. If they catch on that you really have gone so good, there might be some nudges where it gets to the point where they actually just like pause the music or skip the music to try to scare you. That's possible. You can get to that level. 100%. Be open for it. The stronger you get, the more you are aware of, the more things will escalate, but for good and for bad. But eventually, if you are light enough and you understand the game, bad doesn't have a chance. So, that's why, for example, like, think of it, you go to work. We've already talked about how the whole point is to try to keep your energy levels down, right? So that's why they try to wake people up early, have to get ready. They want everyone going to work at the same hour so that there's traffic created, because that's noise. It literally causes stress. It causes issues. It causes potential accidents, which just causes more problems, right? Like, all those things are all to drain energy. But now everyone's tired. Everyone's early. Now everyone's relying on external resources to gain energy. But when you get to work, when you enter that building, think of it like once you open the door, like that there's a magical barrier. Or think like when you have like those tickets, like a train or subway stations or like the airport, it scans it, you get in. That is literally, you're entering the next area. Like, think of it like they're squared off areas. And now you activate that next room, that next area. So in work zone, there's going to be different events that happen. And there's going to be dark and light stuff. There's going to be people that would go there that might have no influences or nudges. That's possible. That's certainly possible. I'm still trying to discover more. And if people have information about this, let me know. I'm trying to figure out if everyone who shows up got nudged there or not. I'm not sure. I'm not sure yet. But essentially, the people who show up at work, at your work, or maybe it's just your coworkers, there's no customer, it's not customer facing at all. Like, the things that you experience that day, most of them are going to be nudges. You might have a really bad client. Guess what? That was dark. Dark made that happen. Now, it could be that you were finally like learned enough lessons that light wanted to present you a problematic customer, but they're not going to be bad. Like, they're going to challenge you, but it's going to be for a good reason, for a good lesson. That could be a light nudge, right? So again, the discernment where it's like, did it actually lead to an overall positive thing? Because even if, let's say, you didn't learn the lesson and you failed the test, like you didn't pass, light's like, oh, it's okay. That customer's going to be like, hey, you know what? It's okay. Don't sweat it. You're like, wow, you were really mean just a second ago. And they walk away. That's because it was a light nudge. It wasn't meant to cause you harm. If it causes you harm, it wasn't a light nudge. It was from dark. You guys see the difference? Like, so think about, yeah. It's a good reminder. It's not going to cause you harm. And the problem is that sometimes we don't realize it until way later. That's the challenging part about this, about once you start understanding the game, is that sometimes you can't see beyond the short term, and that's a flaw. I mean, as you start reaching enlightenment and awakening and embracing spirituality, you start being able to see further. It's almost like you gain, some people call it the third eye, but it's like you can see in the future, essentially. Like, it makes sense. You can like simulate outcomes, and you can understand where this is headed and where this is going. But the biggest thing I want people to realize is that when you're at work, right, you're no longer in control of everything that's going to happen, because this is not your castle. It's someone else's castle. You're in someone else's castle. So they can invite people in that literally are the ultimate poison to you. And there's nothing you can do about it unless you somehow like run or hide or lock yourself in the bathroom or run away. And then think about it. While you're at work, every single room, like let's say you go into your boss's office, you literally, especially if the door closes, if you close the door, now you separate yourself from all the other noises, all the other nudges that are outside. So it could just be the two of you, right? So that's why closing doors is actually very, very, closing doors is very, 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 very important. If you go in somewhere and you want to create a separation of things, make sure you close the door, because then it's just you and that thing. Otherwise, you leave things open to chance. So if it's just you and your boss, right? Like, it changes the reality, it changes the situation. So close doors. Otherwise, you're at risk of letting more nudges in, more energies, more spiritual influences, more people influence. Even think just like you leave the door open, now they can hear, right? Like a coworker is like, wait, did I just hear you say that you like the Broncos? Broncos suck. You're like, what the heck? Like, how did they? You see what's going on? Like, if you leave the door open, you literally are inviting more potential nudges and issues that can arise, good and bad. So that's up to you. It can be used as a tool of protection, right? Like, think about, like, I mean, I just think about in my medical aesthetic device sales, like my boss wanted to scam me and not do an illegal activity where nothing was signed in writing in a contract, so that they could take my commissions illegally. They literally just pulled me aside and told me to be quiet and close the door, and it was just me and him. There was no one there to hear it, no one there to see it, right? If I had let the door open, I'm like, no, we only talk in front of other people. That's why doing it in public, sharing these information in public is protection, because, well, guess what? Everyone sees it, right? Now you're opening the nudges for that, but you're opening the nudges for the good. So what are they going to do, right? You see why doing it in public is the way to go? That was a reminder for myself, but for everyone. If they can't say it in public, why can't they? Right? What are they afraid of? Now, like I said, you're opening yourself also to negative things, so you have to be careful. You have to weigh the thing, but it's really interesting once you start understanding, like, everything is a subdivision, and the different events can occur based on which doors are open, which doors are closed. And so if you just don't decide to walk, like, your boss invites you to come into his office and he wanted to yell at you about something, but it wasn't your doing, but you just don't go. Like, maybe you just leave. That event never activates. Now, does that mean that it's going to be a good thing? It depends. It depends, right? Now, I would say that depending on your awakening and your spiritual connection with your good side, that it will work out. So this is my plea to people to finally destroy the system and this messed up environment that we live in. Because I don't know about you guys, but I understand it, and it doesn't mean that I don't think it's the worst thing in the world, right? It works, it functions. But imagine having to know, once you understand all these things, you're like, wait, what the heck? That's kind of messed up. Like, why are people intentionally trying to affect me? Like, if you've ever felt that way, you're not wrong. It's literally how the world works. And there's forces that are trying to counteract and help you. But imagine being stuck in that. What if we don't do that anymore? So how do we avoid doing that? We stop engaging with the system. If we all collectively, no, not if, we will all, as humans, collectively all agree to stop engaging with the system starting tomorrow, Sunday, October 20th, 2024. 100%. We stop. You get a phone call, you don't pick up. You turn off your phone. They ask you to go somewhere, you don't go. Just stop engaging with the system. All events will cease to function. All events will no longer activate. That's it. It's over. The game is over. There is no more energy. Nothing is being spawned. Nothing is appearing. Nothing is materializing because no one's activating any events. So what happens then? The game has to change. The game must go on. The game must go on, right? So if the game has to go on, what are they going to do? What are they going to do? They're going to change it. They have to. They have to. They're like, they figured it out, guys. What are we going to do? They're going to change it. And once people realize that they have the power, they get to decide if it's activated or not. Things are going to change. It might not change for the better right away, right? Because people are going to have to learn new things. But now we all group up and we start just talking to each other like this. Think about like basically a forced pandemic. We do it by choice. We're all sheltering in place by choice. We're no longer doing it out of fear. We're doing it out of excitement, out of opportunity, out of possibility. what could we create? What miracles could we achieve? Remember, miracles are rewiring faulty programming to make something work again. So what if we were making all of us as a human race work again to be at our best state? That's what we're going to happen. That's what we're going to make happen. That is what is going to happen tomorrow. Stop activating events. Plan carefully which rooms you are in, which doors you leave open. And literally this leads to something that I was contemplating whether I was going to talk about it, but I'm going to say it because why not? We've got nothing to lose. So think about these spiritual influences, right? And there's, I would say, people that can puppet masters, that can pull strings. And every person has like the light and the dark side with them, right? Doing the nudges, whispering, things of that nature. Some people might call them the masters, forces that be, whatever names, labels, doesn't really matter. The point is, they are the ones that impact things, and then you are the one who executes it. You can still not listen to them. Be like, what the heck? Why is my head telling me to open the window? And yeah, absolutely not. Why is my head telling me to go to... No. And you didn't listen to either one, and that's fair, right? That's the power of free will. But they're still there, influencing. So if every single person has one, if every single animal, every single insect, every single being has one, if you're in the same room as other people, that means that their influences are now also influencing you. They can, especially if theirs is, for some reason, I'm still trying to figure this out. And now if people have more information about this, please share about how some people's can be stronger than others. Is it the connection we have with them? Is it, who knows, right? The point being, they can start impacting you. So if all of a sudden you're in a room and you say, wow, the energy feels really good in here, that's because there's a lot of people that have more, they're leaning more towards the light, and their light influences and nudges are just prevailing. That's why you feel that way. But if you're in a room and all of a sudden you enter and it's like, oh man, just like, why did this insecurity just pop up? Like, why do I feel anxious? Like, what the heck is going on? It's because even though you might have your dark one under control, their dark influences now is able to basically revitalize yours and give them energy. Like, here you go, buddy. And now your dark one is like reactivates. Think of it like that. Or basically think about it like they spawn, like if you like in Harry Potter, like a Dementor, and now it's there. And it's like, whoa, look, we got fresh meat here. Like the person who created it, it doesn't matter. You want this new energy that it's ripe, is all light. So once you start understanding that, that means that you can be affected by other people. So I call them game masters, GMs for people who play like MMOs, massive multiplayer online games, where it's basically the game master can be spawned and they can help you or they can hurt you. Think of it as we each have a game master. And that's what I said, like just the nudges, the influence, but they can also make items appear, they can make events happen. And if you're in the same room as other people, now there's two game masters in the room. So what if one game master like prefers to be good and light? He's like, well, I'm going to make sure that they cook. And the other game master's like, heck no, I want them to order food, spend money, and engage with the system. So they bombard them with ads and scents, and maybe they get a text from friends saying, hey, dude, I just DoorDashed Thai food. You should check it out. So now all of a sudden you have conflicting interests, because one game master wants one thing and the other game master wants the other. So who do you listen to, right? It's up to you. You don't have to do either one, but enough power of suggestion and noise, and you can literally do things that you didn't even want to do. So when we were talking about the realities in the castle, and like the work being its own like event, and like the office, the boss's office being an event, your own apartment, like the building, like all those things, right? Think about it like if you're in the hallways of your apartment building, now you are participating in every game master from every person who now is outside in the hallways can now affect you. And that's no longer just you. While you're in your apartment, it's only just you. Now you go outside to the outside world, like literally you leave the apartment building or you leave your office. Now you're playing with the game masters of every single other person that's currently outside at that time. The part that I'm still uncertain about is the range, physical proximity. That's something that I would love for people to test. I believe in stress testing things to see the push, the pull. So, like for example, like I know that I can affect things. My game master can affect things around me in this where I'm at. Like, is it reaching other states? Like, is it statewide? Is it citywide? Like, what's the range of like my bubble? I guess you could say like, think of like there's a light bubble around you, like you're holding a chalice, the chalice of hope. Is it like the strength of your light, of your good, or the strength of your dark? Like, is that how it works? I'm still trying to understand that and figure that out. But the range is something that I'm trying to decipher. So if anyone has information on that, please reach out to me. Let's communicate. Let's talk about it because I want to figure that part out. But range is interesting. So internet allows us to bypass the range, right? So posting on social media, live streaming, things of that nature, movies, releasing that to around the world, like creating an art form, that allows us to bypass physical limitations. So now all of a sudden, can our game master actually impact more people if we're live streaming, if we're posting on social media, than if it was just us in our physical proximity? So that's something to think about. Like when you go outside, you're literally making yourself vulnerable to a lot of good, but you're making yourself vulnerable to a lot of bad. And now my question to you is, why risk it? Like, why spend excessive time outside, leaving it open to chance? Like, remember, it's the bubblegum machine. Like, every vessel, like, even if it's 90% light and 10% dark, but you don't, that's your reality. You don't know everyone else's reality. So what if most of the other people are 50-50? So if, let's say there's 100 people out there and you are the 90 light and 10 dark, guess what? Just because now you're sharing it, the bubblegum machine now has all of their dark. There's so much more dark now than you would have had if you would have just gone out by yourself. But you can't control the outside world, right? Not to that extent. So think about that, guys. That's the problem about going outside excessively, is that you open yourself up to new nudges that you would never have had otherwise. And it's scary to think about because, I don't know, impact, right? I also believe that there is an overall entity. I call him the Dark One, the true villain behind all this, the designer of the current world. I believe that there was a light one and a dark one. Just like always, there always has to be a balance. And currently, the Dark One is in control. Not for much longer, though. That's ending. That's ending literally as we speak. We're changing that. But we're changing that. It's never going to be the same again. The Dark One's reign is ending as we speak right now. Especially as people understand all this information. It's time. It's 100% time to make this world different. Let's change it up. So once you understand that when you're outside, the Dark One can impact you as well. And it's not just anymore other people's game masters. Like, other people's game masters are nothing. Like, they're not scary. Once you start facing the big dragon, right? They're just a little iguana, a little lizard. Like, yeah, sure, they can do things, but but once you get to the point where you become a person of interest, now you have the eye of Sauron on you. And if you have the eye of Sauron on you, that's when it gets intense. Just like we were talking about earlier, mental attacks, they happen. And, for someone who has so much control and resistance to it, to be like literally like it's just nonstop barrages of, you're like, what the heck? Like, what's going on? And it's just, you're significantly more protected inside your castle, inside your room, inside the bathroom. Literally close the door. But it's even just having your dog in the same room as you exposes you to more attacks. It's just how it is, right? Like, so I'm still trying to figure out exactly how. But essentially, it just seems like the Darkwing Gnome was like reach you through other game masters. But outside, you're extremely vulnerable and open to everything. So protect yourself. Protect yourself. Really quick before we continue on anything else and the battle continues, is that I want to talk about the concept of just saving your reality, your situation. I really just want you to think about a game. That life is a game. Life is a game, right? There's people pulling strings. There's people helping us, but it's reality. Like I don't cause people to have an existential crisis here when I say this, but it's a game. And if you've ever played a video game, or just think about it like a project that you're working on, like a document or an Excel spreadsheet or a PowerPoint presentation, every time you go to sleep, you hit save. Every time you go outside of your castle, you're in the outside world, it auto saves. So why do I say that? So let's say you sent a really mean message to someone. Something that you regret. And it's going to cause problems. If you don't go to sleep and you don't leave your castle, you have still a chance to correct it. But if you leave the castle and it auto saves, or if you go to sleep, that's that. It's saved. You can't take it back. And that's a hard one, because you can make a big mistake and there's no going back. It's okay though. Just gotta move on. But think about that one, guys. How could you use that to your benefit? You don't want something to change after you just did something good? Let's save really quick. So when you sleep, remember how we talked about the energy meter, your health, your stamina? There, it recharges. I would say that depending on how long you sleep and the quality of the sleep, it's a certain amount. So if we're at 0 to 100, right? When it might be plus 50 when you sleep. So if you literally are at 20 because you're so drained from work and all the negative nudges, you're only going to be at 70. So you're literally starting the next day at 70 instead of 100, right? And now you're drained again. And now you're at 10 when you came home the next day. Now you're only going to be at 60. You see, like, why the whole point is try to keep people trapped, try to keep people down, try to keep people stressed, try to keep people anxious, and then relying on things like alcohol and things of that nature to just get your bursts of energy. Like, that's why you could say that coffee is a hack, because it gives you temporary bursts, like maybe plus 5 energy, plus 5 energy, plus 5 energy, so that you can keep going a little longer. But anything temporary can be used against you, so be very careful. So let's talk about a little bit more about the GMs, the Dark One, signs, things of that nature. So as you start learning and resisting, let me actually just pause the recording right here just so that it saves. Time to save. Okay, let's get back to it. God, it's still apply. Let's just keep going in this one. I don't want to lose. I don't want to lose this. Okay. Let's continue. The fourth battle. There's a war going on all around us. And it's an internal war. It's an external war. It's beyond even someone like me who has gone down, who's spent every waking second exploring this and trying to figure this out after the things that have happened to. I still don't understand it fully. I'm as close as possible to it. I believe that there's very few people that understand it better than I do. But it doesn't mean that it's 100% factual. The point is the underlying. Too many people get lost in that, and they think that if you don't get it right, that you're wrong. And that's not the case. If you understand the concepts, if you understand how to get from A to B, but you go like this, up and down, and we'll go here, and you still get to B. You got to B. I'll get you to B from A. It might not be exactly on their line, exactly how it was intended, exactly how it was written, how it was scripted, but I'm going to get you to B. I'm going to get you to understand exactly how this game works. I'm going to get you to understand exactly how to defend yourself against it. And that's all that matters. Don't worry if the tree is yellow or blue or green. Just worry is it a tree? What does it do? How does it work? Does it help you? Does it hurt you? And if so, how do you use it? Can you use it? Those are the things that matter, right? Like, don't focus on the wrong things. So why do I tell you that? Because there's going to be a lot of signs that are presented to you, especially as you start understanding this knowledge, and the dark ones are going to get desperate, right? It's already happening. If you pay attention, you shouldn't focus too much on it, but if you've been looking at news or things of that nature, or even just out in the outside world, like, things are changing drastically every day. And you might be like, well, why are there so many events that have never happened before happening right now? Like, this is a 1 in a million year event. Like, what? And this just keeps happening. It just keeps happening. It just keeps happening. And people ask, like, well, how is that possible? Well, it's because disclosure is happening. And I'm not saying that it's only me, right? Like, but every time one other person figures it out and starts understanding and starts impacting the game, like, we'll just think of it like this. There's 10 employees at a company, and this boss is super toxic. It's a family-owned business, and he exploits all of his workers. He takes half of their paychecks, but he pulls each one of them aside into the room. He's like, if you say anything, you're going to lose your job. You lose your healthcare. And I know he only hires people who have significant other and a child that they have to take care of, so they need the insurance. And well, that's what they believe. They don't think that they do, but they're so worried about the possibility of what could happen if they don't have insurance. Like, I'm gonna get sick, and like, you create this. That's what insurance is, by the way. Like, it just, you create fear in someone and believing that they're gonna need it. Like, why is this event gonna happen to you? Like, I mean, it could, but is it? Like, are you actually gonna get sick? Are you actually gonna get hurt? Like, insurance basically is the biggest scam. Like, let's just say this flat out right now, like, straight up. Insurance is a scam, 100%. And from this point forward in life, starting Saturday, October 19th, 2024, insurance is now a thing that is just going to be a default in everything. Like, it's not a product that you have to buy. Like, hey, we should just help people. Help should not be conditional, no matter what. Hey, your car breaks down and you need it to get somewhere for some reason. You're actually risking going out in the outside world. Hey, we're going to help you. Not because you paid us, but because it's the right thing to do. Because we know that you're going to also help the world in some way. And you're going to fulfill your role. You're going to do what you're good at. And you're going to help other people. So why wouldn't we help you? It's not conditional. It just is. It's a necessity. It's a survival thing. If something happens to your home, we're going to get you in a new home. Not because you paid us, but because it's the right thing to do. Everyone needs to have shelter. Everyone needs to have their safe zone where they're protected from outside events, that from activating, where they can choose and control what the influences and the nudges. So straight up, just remember that, guys. Insurance is a scam. And if they try to get you to pay it and try to get you to believe that you need it, and I'm not saying that it's not helpful to have just in case, but think about it. What if based on everything that I told you, if even 1% of it is true, what if the dark ones are strong enough and they want to cause you a problem, they can start presenting nudges that can lead you to getting sick, or that can lead you to trying to get into a car crash, or that can lead you to maybe your house getting in trouble, or a hailstorm to cause repairs so that you need the insurance. What if those dark nudges can literally have that level of power and control? So now all of a sudden you actually do, quote unquote, need the insurance because of these nudges. Do you see how easy it could be to get people to literally engage with a system that they designed? Oh, people aren't buying enough new cars. Let's start causing some car crashes. Let's start making people feel bad for having old cars. Let's start causing hailstorms. Do you see how easy it could be to literally start making people believe that? Hey, people aren't going enough to hospitals and stuff like that, but also let's make it for profit so that we can, a necessity. Because remember, money is energy and time and motion. So making healthcare and hospitals and medical facilities for profit, you will literally making them human ranches as well. Like, they're draining people's energy, right? Like, they're helping people get back energy, but then they're taking it back with money. So are they really helping? If they wanted to just cure people and nurse them back to health, they would just do it. Why does it have to be a monetary thing attached to it? Like, would you charge your child for nursing them back to health? Helping your pet at home, just showing them love and taking care of them if they got hurt, like they accidentally stepped on something outside? Would you really charge them? Or would you do it just with love? And the only repayment they need to do is give you back love too. Do you see where I'm going with this? Like, how easy is it to just literally fabricate situations and scenarios where you can force people to engage with the system? Insurance needs to change today. Healthcare, medical system needs to change today. It will change today. From now on, it has to be like everyone is going to start waking up. Doctors, CEOs, executives in all of these industries, and start being like, what are we doing? They're going to start revealing all the dark industry secrets that they do, all the things that they're encouraged to exploit people. And they're just going to be like, I just feel this love, this light inside of me. I just cannot, no, I'm not going to listen to the dark influences anymore. The light nudges are going to now have priority. They're going to have say. They're going to be the ones that actually encourage them they're going to wake up and they're going to be like, wait a minute, guys, this is what insurance actually does. This is how it works. Let me show you. The CEO is going to have a document that they're going to write, that they're going to create, and they're going to reveal it to the public and be like, guys, look, we charge you $1,000 every 6 months for this. We could have charged you $5 and still make profit. We're making $995 of profit. And that's why you think we fight you on the claim. And, like, they're just going to reveal all that stuff. And there's going to be a company that's going to finally decide that this is it. This is the change. I'm going to finally be the change. I'm going to make things different. But it starts with one. And once they do it and they realize it's not a game about money anymore, we can just help people. What are the others going to do? If everyone just goes to that company, what are the others going to do? They're going to fall apart. If one company decides to be good and just be the upfront change, take the first step, the others are going to be screwed. Like, they can't stay in it anymore for profit because no one's going to, why would you work with someone, right? But then you realize, I'm like, well, hey, unless we literally have people just like chain crashing their cars and like intentionally going out in storms and like causing damage, like they realize that, hey, we don't actually need, like, we don't have to worry about all these insurance claims. And the government works with these insurance companies because they care about their civilians. They care about their citizens. They care. We actually care about each other again. So now, all of a sudden, it just doesn't matter that you don't have to pay for insurance. So if you're not tied to a job because of insurance, are you really going to stay there now? So anyway, going back to that example, that guy, that boss, he pulls aside all his employees and he tells them, you're going to lose your healthcare insurance if you do this. What's going to happen to your kid? If you think about it, it has to be vaccinated to go into school. And see, like, how there's all these requirements and these rules that you have to do this, but to have to do this and pay for it, you have insurance, you need to be able to do this. Yeah, like the school doesn't cover for those shots. And you see, like, everything's intentionally fabricated and created and designed in such a way to get you to engage with the system, to get you to be worried, to get you to be nervous, to drain your energy. It's that simple. Truly, like, just the more you look at it, you can't unsee it. And even as I'm just talking to you guys right now, the more I realize it and the more I see it in everything and anything. And I ask you, is that the world you want to live in? Is that the world you want to live in for the rest of your life? You have all the power and all this. You could literally just say, no more. I'm exiting the system. You either help me, give me those light nudges, help me out, learn how to communicate with them and understand them. I'm not playing your game anymore. Dark Ones, your end is here. And what if we all started doing that? And if a few brave souls actually that are in positions of power finally step up and realize, no more. Like, the reason why I become so exploitative is because I've been manipulated and controlled since day one of my birth to become this monster. And they finally realize that, and they take a step back and they decide to do good and help people. That's going to happen. That is happening starting now. Tomorrow's going to be a grandiose day. I hope you guys are ready for it. It's going to be beautiful. There's going to be a chain domino reaction of changes as one person inspires another to take action, to finally say no more, to finally cross that red line and realize, wait, paradise is over here. Why haven't we been living like this? Why are we intentionally making Earth hell when it can be heaven and paradise? Are you ready to finally make the Earth that we live in, the Earth, the gladiator arena? Why does it have to be a gladiator arena? Why can't it be a peaceful, beautiful, loving, helping, hopeful arena? Why does it have to be a battle? Why does it have to be a competition? Why? Why do we have to compete? Why can't we collaborate? What if the competition is with ourselves? What if it's, can we make the best world possible? That's the competition. Can we make the best world possible starting tomorrow, October 20th? Here's the 1-year check-in, October 20th, 2025. How much will the world change or have changed in 1 year starting tomorrow? Let's go. That's the challenge, the 1-year challenge. October 20th, 2024 to October 20th, 2025. Don't even worry about your personal stuff. That's going to come just by doing. How much will the outside world change in 1 year? That's our goal as a human race. Starting tomorrow. It's go time. We need to make it happen. But to finish the example, because as you guys can see, I get distracted because I'm passionate about this. This is conviction. Imagine if you found your passion, whatever it is. It doesn't have to be this, but it's teaching children how to actually be prepared to cook and learn those things that you know are super important and valuable. And you were now in charge of teaching children how to cook and the beauty of food and maybe respecting animals and cows and no longer treating them, just putting them in the slaughterhouse. Or maybe we find new ways to uh, create food and we don't have to kill animals anymore. I don't know. There's a lot of things that I'm not an expert at, but that's where I need you, whoever's listening to this, your ideas, your solutions. There's many things and many options that we haven't explored yet. But we're going to do it together because now we're focused on that. So here's the problem. As people start going down that path, right? So you have that boss who's threatening to fire them, who's literally trying to make sure that they don't quit. What if they actually started talking? They're like, hey, Maria. Hey, Joseph. Hey, Paul. Hey, Jacob. Why is our boss the way he is? Why did he pull you aside and tell you this? Is he taking half of your pay? Did he threaten to fire you if you say anything? And they're like, wait, what? That's happening to you as well? Now what do? They can stand up to it. So they either decide to just do nothing, or do they group up, confront him as a unified force, sing a song of hope together, stand up to their abuser, their dark one. And by standing up to each of our own individual dark ones or our work dark ones, we start standing up to the big dark one. I'm not asking for all of you to battle the biggest entity, the big dragon, right away. That might not be your battle, but by you helping me fight your individual battles, you're going to be doing so much. Think about how much darkness will be removed then. Whether it's just all of them quitting and that company, that human ranch is solving, or maybe it's just that guy finally gets a wake-up call. Like all of them have come united and they have their light forces stronger, and they approach him and his light like reawakens. And once his light reawakens, he's like, wait, what? Why am I doing this? And he cries and he feels emotion for the first time that he's suppressed for 27 years. And he realizes the mistakes of his life, and he's just mad because he lost his entire family. Because again, the dark ones nudged him and created him to be this way. And he just wakes up, and now he decides, you know what, guys? I'm gonna quadruple your pay, or whatever. Like we're gonna figure it out. But you see, like all of a sudden everything starts changing. So that. But why do I tell you that example? Because when you're onto something, when now these people are going to stand up to it, they are going to start labeling the dark one and the dark ones. They will try anything to stop you, to present noise through any vessel that they can. So let's say you understand now how to protect yourself and shield yourself. So now maybe the only thing you have left, you're in your apartment, you're in your room, locked, there's a window and you have it open because enjoy fresh air. Pay attention. There's going to be loud noises. Perhaps you don't like kids yelling. There's going to be a kid yelling in the distance. Maybe you're going to hear crying. Maybe for some reason, like coughing brings back a bad memory or something. Like maybe from when you were sick, you just hear nonstop coughing. You're like, what the heck is going on? Like that. Pay attention to it. Once you see it, you cannot unsee it. That's them trying anything that they can do to go through a vessel, to create noise, to stop you from doing what you're doing. Once you are able to laugh at it or reframe it, or just your shield is too strong, but it doesn't mean that it's not annoying, right? Like I can poke you. Okay. I feel it. It doesn't do much to me, but you just keep getting poked. Like your focus is not going to be the same. It's still good. It's not the same, right? Like you can get to a point where you can literally still work and perform while getting poked, but it's different. It's different. So that's when you like close the window, do a reset, listen to some music, do some things you enjoy, to remember to listen. But think about this. Just one more example to kind of get the point across. It doesn't have to even be, you don't even have to do anything. Nothing even needs to happen. Just a reminder is sufficient to cause problems. You get a random text from a friend on your phone while you're working, and it's something nice. Could be a light nudge. They're trying to cheer you up, trying to keep you going. But what if it actually was a light? It seemed light, but it was a dark nudge disguised. They wanted to distract you. They wanted you to focus on something else. Do you guys see where I'm going with that? Now, what if you get a message from someone? Like, let's say you've been fighting with your spouse, your girlfriend, your wife, or whatever, and you get a message from this girl that you used to talk to like way back when, and all of a sudden she's just trying to seduce you, almost like break up this marriage. You're like, what the heck? Like, why is she interested in me all of a sudden? Like, I thought she never was interested. This is weird. Pay attention to that. Why are they trying to create a problem here? Hmm? What breaks up the majority of relationships? Outside noise, nudges, influences. So pay attention to that, right? Now, just a nudge alone, like that girl texting you, now it's in your head. You're like, it's like, I remember her. I would have dated her back then. Oh, what am I thinking about? Like, what the heck? Like why? And then you reinforce it over and over and over and over and over again. All of a sudden, she sends you a good morning text. You're like, wait, my wife doesn't send me good morning texts. What the heck? So all of a sudden, this person is the ultimate dark nudge. And now they start slowly shaping your reality. How? What if you go on Google and you know how it shows you some recommended articles? There's an article about how a husband left his wife and he all of a sudden he became happier. You turn on Netflix and the suggested movies are movies about a guy cheating on his neglectful wife and then becoming happy and having a big family. Nudges. Could be the social media for you, popular page. Just could be movies. But imagine you got these nudges over the course of like a month or two. And without you even realizing it, the way you treat your wife or your girlfriend is going to be slightly different. Now, some of these could be actually a helpful nudge. They actually could have been meant to be good, to be like, hey, this is how you should be treated. Demand more respect, right? That could be it. So that's the struggle with it. That's the struggle with the nudge system in a shared vessel, is that you have to interpret it and you could misinterpret it. And they wanted to help you realize that, hey, you should stand up to her and demand more and not put her on a pedestal and value yourself more. But what if it got misinterpreted? And they're like, no, crap, he took it the wrong way, and now he's planning to cheat on her. He's like, no. And then now Dark is like, yes, and now they go all at it. And all of a sudden, they are encouraging this other girl to now call you, and you get a call, and it's been 2 months, and you've just been getting nudged nonstop. You're like, it's harmless, just a call. And you pick up. You're like, hello. And she asks you to, hey, can you help me move? Hey, can we have a coffee? Like, it's just a coffee and a move. And you do it. But now everything changed because, first of all, you entered there. Remember, an event activated, right? By picking up the phone. Here's another one, guys. If you get a phone call and you pick it up, you activate an event. Think about like you went to the door, you entered a separate room. So don't pick up phone calls unless you're willing to activate that event. Be prepared for it. You're literally changing your reality by doing so. Opening emails, texts, all of those things are an event, a reality. Doesn't mean that it's bad, but you just have to be prepared for it. Going to specific subreddits, social media posts, all of those things, those are each events. So you have to pay attention. All of these things will affect your reality. So now think about it. You go on this, you help her move, and then you have coffee and you talk. And for some reason, she's asking about your relationship. Like, why is she asking these questions? And she's getting nudged to do that, of course. And now you start talking, maybe you actually badmouth a little bit your wife or your girlfriend. And she's like, well, I don't know. Like, I've been looking for a guy that would finally help me move and have coffee. And you're like, okay, that's that kind of what I just did. I don't know. And then just everything starts changing. And who knows what happens from after that, right? You might just be like, oh, no, nope, 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 absolutely not. This made me realize I need to go back and value my girlfriend or wife. And just, everything gets better, right? Could be. So you turned a dark moment into good. But do you guys see what I'm talking about? Is that free will? Is that free will? You tell me. So the concept of memory totem, or like think of it like a huge pillar, and there's layers, and they stack on each other. That's how memory works in here. So technically, none of our memories get completely. There's a possibility that through enough trauma and damage and just stuff like that, that they can pretty much be erased. But most of them just get like scrubbed really hard. Like they have like one of those erasers that you can use like on a digital website. But there's still like maybe like a speck, a dot left, right? But it's still there. So sometimes it's helpful for people. One of the healing processes that we'll talk about more another day is memory sessions, right? Like starting to remember things about like your family, your friends, who you were when you were young. You also know, like, wait, why did I stop doing all those things? Like, I used to love watching my German soccer team, Bayern. I used to love playing video games. I loved, like, wait, what? And you're like, oh, wow. And that's the power of other people giving you nudges, because every time you get a nudge, think of it as like that memory moves to the top. And most of the things that you are going to be focused on and think about and work on are the things on top. Like, let's say it's like the first half. And we're talking, it could be a few thousand memories, right? Like, don't think small. But if it's only everything 15 above, or above that point is really active in your brain, what's the goal? The goal is to get all the negative things, all the bad things to the top. And that just keeps pushing things down, right? And all of a sudden, all the good things about who you were, that you believe in, the light, the people around you, now they're below the halfway point. So now they're basically gone. You're like, they're not forgotten, and maybe here's the problem, right? Maybe that's for a good reason. Like maybe you needed to actually move on from some things. Maybe you needed to just realize that it wasn't good for you. So discernment, right? Like that's the biggest struggle of, I wish it would be easy and there would be a clearly labeled light side and a clearly labeled dark side so that you just know. But then if you think about it, like what if dark motivation, light actions, right? So I don't blame the system, but I have a problem with it forcing us to engage with it. And that's where my problem lies, is that it's not authentic free will. It's a trick, it's an illusion. If everyone knew this information up front, like if we were taught this in school from the beginning, and that's what's going to happen. We're going to teach everyone this information. Everyone is going to know how the world actually works. Everyone is going to be informed. Of course, it's going to disrupt everything. The world's going to completely change, and it's going to be rebuilt from new. All the old is going to destroy. It just doesn't work anymore once you understand the game and the illusion. And we're going to create a new world together. We're creating paradise. This is the path. This is the way. Deliverance. But once you realize that the bad things are being pushed to the top and constantly reinforced through reminders, it just, you're forgetting the good things and you're just remembering the bad. And if you don't see that is happening, next thing, before you know it, you're just going to be consumed with dark. And all of a sudden, the seesaw, the bounce, now more dark. And remember what I told you, there's more dark. The meter is more dark than light. It means that they have a higher probability of any vessel being a dark vessel rather than a light vessel. So it's just a self-fulfilling prophecy at that point. And you think, like, is it me? Like, what is wrong with me? No, it's just, they got you. got you. It's almost impossible to escape at that point unless someone helps you or you learn. Like, what are you going to do? Like, if everywhere you look, it's just reinforced. What are you going to do? And there might be one out of 100 vessels you might get the light, and you're like, whoa, whoa, oh, that felt really. I felt really good here all of a sudden, right? And because remember, also, if you change your location, if you change your environment, you're playing with different game masters, right? Like, so if you're stuck in an environment with a game master that's actually intentionally trying to sabotage you or hurt you, you see what I'm talking about? Like, all of a sudden, this other one might not even know you yet because you've never met this person. So they're just like, oh, who's this guy? Let's get to meet him. Like, oh, this guy's actually kind of cool. So this game master has a lot of light in him or her, and they're just helping you. You see where I'm going with this? Anyway, so basically, they keep your traumas up top, and you go outside, and they reinforce them. That's the game. Pay attention to it. Catch it. All right, we're almost done. Before we get into healing insecurities, but we might take a break after this. We'll see. So, one of the things that talking about traumas and memory is that there's also something that I call the healing meter, how healed you are. And it's directly proportional and tied to your health, your max health. Right? So 0 to 100, either percentages or flat numbers, whatever works for you. And as you get traumatized or triggered by things or you're hurt by things, you get what we call wounds. So think about it as your health meter starts getting like a black portion of it. So what that means is it just lowers your max health, max energy. So no matter, remember yesterday we talked about how there's nothing you can do to bypass the max health that you have. You can maybe temporarily, I'm still investigating this, have an excess little portion, but it just goes away. It's just very temporary. It's like a short-term benefit. But so if you have enough wounds, your max health might actually be at 60 instead of 100. So think about it. If a daily workday lowers your energy by 50, if you're at 100, now you're at 50. If you're at 60, now you're at 10. And if you're at 0, you're pretty much are going to get sick. You're depressed. You're feeling low. Like all those things. Like energy is absolutely crucial. It's life energy. So if you're at 60, you're at big risk. You can't do a lot. Exercising, working on passions, like all these things, especially if you have anything else that's consuming energy, absolutely, it's not going to happen. You see now why, like, they want you to, first of all, be wounded, because now there's less of a chance for you to focus on good things, to actually get out of that trap. And second of all, since you're depressed and you're insecure, guess what? Your prime energy drain, like literally, remember what I said, when you have anxiety, when you have negative emotions, it literally creates the Venus flytrap, the mentor, the energy drainer. If you're constantly depressed, there's just a permanent energy drainer there. And guess what? Now also you're going to be draining the other people's energy around you too, because that thing spreads. It's basically just floating around in the room, draining everyone's energy. So even if and guess what it wants? It wants to find the other people that are thriving there. So you might literally be the reason that the other people around you are getting drained, that are shining stars. And you had no intention of doing that. And you think it's that you're a burden on them, but it's not. It's that because of you, the negative emotions that they forced you to feel, you created this. And now that you created this, it's taking advantage of the situation. It's like, ha, we couldn't break through her barrier or his shield, but because of you, we are here. And now it's going to feed off of him or her, even though we should have never had a chance to break through. That's the problem about sharing your reality or sharing a room or being in the same event as someone else. That's the benefit of isolation. And sometimes it's a worthy sacrifice, right? Like, I'm going to put myself willingly in a dangerous environment so that I can help other people around me. Because I know that I learned tactics. We're going to get into that in the next recording on how to actually fight back or when you do spawn this fly trap or the mentor or the target entities that break, how you can push them back and get them basically conquer them, smite them, make them vanish. There's a way. It's repeatable. 100%. But you see the power of limiting it? So that's why they try to trigger or cause certain events in your life. Big event, like everyone can think about it. Like, you might not be traumatized, you probably are, but if you think about it, like there's a big talk about childhood traumas. Why do you think they happen in childhood? Because that's when you're forming. So once they're forming, now they can be reinforced. Like if it just happened now, like even if they're reinforcing, they're not going to be as powerful. But it happens when you're young. Now they have 20, 30 years to reinforce them. Man, like just think about it. Just keep drilling. And drilling for 30 years, somewhere versus only drilling for a month, which is going to have a much deeper hole. Got it? So think about like that drill. That drill is what I call the trauma meter. So, and the nail drill just keeps extending, by the way. It's just magic. It's one of the magical drill. So if they've been drilling it for 30 years and you didn't heal that trauma meter is humongous. It's so deep. Now, what is possible is that you can start healing, right? You can start working, especially if you like someone like myself or other people that can start reframing things, or what I call creating miracles, which is rewiring, programming. And you start healing these traumas, right? The problem is that even if, let's say, you heal one, that childhood trauma that's been bothering you for nearly 30 years, and you finally basically heal it, the unfortunate reality is, and if someone can prove me wrong here, I would love it, because that would make it incredible, but you can get it to 99.9%. And we're working on making it be a permanent thing. Traumas will be possible to fully eliminate. Traumas will be possible to be fully healed and cured. In the next year, we're going to figure it out. It's going to be a new discovery in the human race. Finally, they're going to be able to be eliminated for good. There's going to be something that we can do to just go, and they're gone. And it's got to be tied to eliminating the dark one once as well. Once he's gone, once it's gone, and all of its bonds, then it vanishes, because since they created it, then if they're no longer in existence, then the things that they created are going to go away, right? Something like that. So basically, think about it like, if right now there's that 0.01% still with you. So that's why we have to learn how to reframe it correctly, because eventually you get to a point where you can laugh about it, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't still hurt, right? Like, if you almost drowned when you were a child and you're afraid of water, and someone keeps bringing that water over and 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 over again. Exposure therapy is powerful, right? Like, you can normalize it. It doesn't mean that it won't hurt. And eventually you just like, here we go again. There's the water nudge. Hello, water nudge. Yep. Hello, old trauma. It's basically, it's irrelevant. Like, at that point, it's fluff. But it's still, if it's used at the correct time, it can start causing pain. And now, remember, we have other trauma, right? So each trauma has its own separate healing meter, right? Like that the drill that we did, right? So you start refilling it, and let's say you fill it basically all the way, but you can still see the mark where the nail was, right? Like there's nothing covering it, but it's been completely refilled. Now you have another trauma 2, trauma 3, that got triggered. They're more recent that aren't. Here's the problem. When one trauma is triggered, every single trauma meter that you have is re-triggered. Some more than others, right? But they get re-triggered. Basically, think of it as like, to be fully healed has to get 100. And if you're donezo, basically at 0. If you get your third trauma triggered, every single one of them goes down the meter by 20, negative 20. So even the one that was 100 now is at 80. That means you still are extremely resistant to it, but you're actually now much more open. So now, before you could laugh about it, you're like, huh. Now all of a sudden you're like, wow. And here's the worst part. Sometimes what they'll try to do is they'll try to re-trigger that trauma through a new event that actually are not the same, but they try to make you believe that this happened because of this. And that one's probably, I'm just going to curse because it pisses me off. That's probably the most fucked up one of all. Because when they realize that you basically healed it, they can reignite it Think of it like lighting a new match by trying to make you believe that this one happened because of this. You're wrong. This trauma that you healed, you caused this. And it's not true. It's not. It's something completely separate, but it's just sad to think about, right? Like everyone has that. They know, like if you dig deep into your past, and you don't need to share it with anyone, but just think about it and you're like, oh man, that's how they did it. And once you realize it, you're like, gosh, they're so manipulative. But if you think about it, if you know the power of what one triggering trauma can do, now you just basically reignited this one, which now means now they're open to these triggers again. And now every trauma that's not fully healed is open to new triggers. So now you have 3 options versus only before you had 1. Remember, each time you get triggered, new wounds are created. So that leads me to the discussion of shields and the importance of protecting your health, right? One good trigger, especially from a trauma that is pretty damaged, not healed, basically completely eliminates your shield. I want everyone to think about that. I think in the medieval days, you have a shield in front of you, but it's just a virtual one. It's just in front of you, a barrier. You are protected from attacks. And again, think of it just for meters, 0 to 1. And like you have someone run by and says, "You're fat," and you used to be insecure about your weight. Boom. Since you're pretty healed, that only took 10 damage. Your shield took 10 damage, so now you're at 90. Not penetrated. But it keeps going, like all of a sudden another person walks by and says, "You're fat." Oh, what? Am I? You grab your stomach and you're like, actually, maybe. Boom, that one hit for 30. You're like, oh gosh, now you're at 60. You see, like, it starts going like this. Through reinforcement, they start hitting harder and harder and harder and harder and harder. But imagine they actually found a way to just trigger you. Like, maybe they manifested a girl that was the first time she called me fat and rejected you. You remember it, you see that, or it just reminds you of it. It's like, she looks close enough to that girl. And triggers you, you're like, oh my gosh, your shield completely vanishes. Now what happens? Now, that means that one more suggestion can create fear, anxiety, and spawn that draining into the supply trap. It'll take all your energy. So literally just think about it, like now all of a sudden you're exposed. You're completely exposed. Like, would you go outside in the cold in winter without clothes? That is what's happening when they eliminate your shield. So their goal is to try to eliminate your shield. Now, it's easy when you're spending all your time working. You're stressed when you're being constantly bombarded with insults from your boss, from stresses, from imaginary made-up deadlines, or hey, we need to sell 1 million products this month or else. It's like, that's all bullshit, right? Like nothing's gonna happen. Like the boss is the one who decides that, so they can decide. Or if they're responding to shareholders, the shareholders can be like, you know what? We're sorry. We're just going to be apologetic. We're not going to demand anything. And let's think about it, really. Shareholders are the Dark One's ultimate minions. They want money, which is energy. Shareholders are villains. Shareholders are going to lose all their power. Period. If we all quit, if we stop operating for money, why do we need shareholders? They're worthless. They're useless. They mean nothing. That's the world we're going to live in, starting tomorrow. October 20th. Shareholders will lose their influence and power. They're just energy vampires, period. And if a shareholder wants to come up and speak about it and disagree with me, then let's go. I would love to have a conversation with you about it. If you're one of those that is actually helping companies change the world and improve it for the better, then please talk about it. Let's go. But why can't you just give the money? Why are you expecting something in return? If you just want to help the world, just help. Donate it. Give it. We need to move away from money, energy, and slavery. So anyway, I talk about this because your shield regenerates over time. I know a lot of people say, like, and then even your health and your traumas, like, they do heal over time. Like maybe like once a month, every month they go up by 1. So if you don't do anything, eventually, and we'll talk about this more, but out of sight, out of mind, like it starts healing, but it's too slow. Can't it can't keep up with the negative nudges, right? Like, if you're only healing +1 every day or every week, but you got 6 nudges today and that lowered you +40, like, or -40, like, doesn't matter. What's that +1 do? Almost nothing. So that's why we have to do set actions, ways to shield ourselves, the way to counter it, the way to understand it, the way to fight it, the way to heal. So that's the next thing that I need to talk about. Um, just to kind of give people a little teaser is doing things you love, rediscovering them, memory systems, remembering who we are, remembering who we were, helping other people remember, just giving them nudges, like learning the nudge. Hey, you remember when we used to go to McDonald's and they would like draw shrimp, call us out, and like, yes! And oh my God, I remember these trips when we were in Mexico and we had a great time there. We were at the beach, and like, oh my God, that one trip we went to that island, like, and we had so much fun. And, like, you see, like, now all of a sudden that starts healing people. So one of my asks today is, before, even though I haven't gone into the depths of how to protect yourself, I was like, please, please, you can help people remember. If you have some good memories about them, just throw them a little nudge. It hurts nothing. I'm not asking you to live in the past, be trapped in nostalgia, but it's just, it heals you. It helps bring back, like the memory totem, it just brings up positive memory to the top and just pushes everything else down a little bit. So if all the negatives are down here below the halfway mark and all the positive ones are above the top, all of a sudden, guess what? You're going to be more light than dark. And what happens when you're more light than dark? You get more light nudges. And if you get more light nudges, it's just a self-fulfilling prophecy. Doesn't mean that there won't be some dark ones that sneak in, but just keep doing memory sessions, keep pushing it down. It's like, it's a never ending cycle. It's a loop, right? And that's also how you regenerate your shield. And sometimes taking a break, putting on music, I think is one of the most powerful ways, using music as a tool. And just, you can set the moods and the tone, and you can bring back reminders as well. Writing stories, writing things down, talking things through with yourself or with your spiritual guides that you have. But really, this is where this all leads to the guide of defeating insecurity, understanding it. But understanding how the world works is all this, right? It's a lot. It's a lot, but it comes down to the whole goal is they want to take away your shield. And alcohol and drugs are one of the main ways to do so. Obviously, escapism can be helpful, right? If you come home and you're tired and drained and play a video game, it can actually help you. But what if you all of a sudden, you start snacking and you start eating a lot of sugar and you start getting addicted and you start drinking alcohol, temporary energy, bait, it lowers your shield. Every time you have a glass of alcohol and you're gaining confidence, you're gaining, like, that's how they bait you, right? That there's benefits to it. And if you use it as a tool, it can be okay, but the better option is to not do it at all, especially alcohol, like things called spirits. If your shield is down, how dark you can go up, especially with alcohol, it just increases the dark meter, the C-score, right? So if you get completely drunk, the dark one, or one of its spawns, I'm not sure, but basically something dark can temporarily inhabit you. Possession. You now become a vessel of noise. Just think about the girls that are like yelling and screaming, or like the dudes that are getting in the fights, especially if they don't have a lot of resistance to it. They become a vessel of noise. Before they just got nudges. Before they got nudges, now they're literally a vessel. They're basically an ad. They become an ad. They become a social media post. Imagine a human being becoming a vessel of noise, becoming an ad. That's the best example I can say. That's what possession is, guys. If you ever see someone and you don't recognize, I don't recognize you anymore. Like, They become possessed. It's just their shield has been completely eliminated. The dark meter went up, and they got temporarily inhabited. That's what it is. Um, they don't even know what they're saying. They literally they can say things that they have never heard about or known before. They can talk about things that there's no way they should have known because guess what? They're possessed by the dark one. And the dark one can make them say things that they know will trigger you or will affect you. I have a lot of examples of that ever since I became a person of interest. It's hilarious. People I've never met will say something that literally there's no way for them to know. Impossible. Flat out impossible. So just think about it. Once people became too afraid, they're insecure, they're hurt, you literally just don't recognize them anymore. And this comes down to the environment that they're in, right? And if you're in a room with other game masters or other negative entities and you're just trapped and all of them have negative energy, primarily dark, most of your nudges are going to be dark. Your head's just going to be filled with dark suggestions. And now eventually you're going to be completely possessed. And imagine if you get a room with 5 people completely possessed, it's just literally, there's just a constant drain there. They're just always being drained. Like everyone's just drained. The dark ones are having a party in that house. Like, imagine you live with your family. Literally it's just mom, daughter, grandkid, husband, maybe. It's just literally everyone is just really draining each other. It's the dream. What are you gonna do? Unless someone somehow like snaps them out of it or like infiltrates them, like lets them out, they're doomed. It's done. There's nothing you can do. The dark one has completely consumed them. So think about this in the sense of even like our presidents, the wars that are going on in this world, the cartels, all those bad organizations, like they basically created this figure to become dark. Russia, Putin, North Korea, they're completely consumed by the dark ones. All those organizations that are doing evil deeds, like that's just how it works, right? Like their shield is down, and their health is just, they have so many wounds, and since they have low health, and they get these nudges, they literally cannot. They need energy to eat it, and plus, since they're so high up the food chain, guess what? Of course, the dark one has their eyes on them. They're a person of interest, so they know that they can literally cause an immense amount of energy drain to a massive amount of people. So you don't think Putin is basically one of the ultimate commanders of the Dark One? Period. I'm not afraid to say that. Period. Think about it. Think about how much terror he causes and how much fear and anxiety and stuff like that. Like that's the creation of war. I mean, what did Hitler become? Right? The Holocaust. It's the same thing, right? These people become their ultimate commanders of the Dark One. How much energy draining they're causing. And think about it, they're causing energy drains not even just in the people that are suffering in the war. They're causing energy drains just because news organizations that are completely infiltrated as well are posting about it, are talking about it, and they are creating fear, they're creating anxiety, they're creating negative emotions. And now, especially, look, it doesn't even matter if it spawns the Dementor, spawns the Venus flytrap, it still lowers the person's shield. It still lowers their shield. And think about that, right? Like now their shield is close to 0, so they're vulnerable. But what if they already were at 0 and they read an article that says that Putin is contemplating using a weapon? They're scared. All of a sudden, just like that, a news article. They're not even part of the war. They're not even physically there. A news article created fear and anxiety, and now, guess what? Now they're open. Now we can give them a negative nudge. Now dark has even more of an opening. Now we can trigger their trauma much easier. Their shield is down. Let's go. Now we can start creating wounds. We can keep them low energy so that we can prevent them from actually healing and doing good. Do you guys see the problem? Do you guys understand what's happening? Do you see that everyone has a choice? But at the same time, do we? Do we actually really have free will? We don't have free will until we understand what's actually happening. That's why I'm offering my hand and telling you, understand. You don't have to believe everything I'm telling you. On the contrary, I would actually argue and encourage you to challenge every single thing that I'm talking about. Experiment, try it out for yourself, stress test it. See, like, here's what, like, if I'm wrong, what? There's literally no reason not to try it out for a day or 2 or 3. Literally, if I'm wrong, you know I'm wrong. What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? What good things are you afraid of happening? Try it out. Hmm? Why not see if what I'm saying has credence? And it's true. Start paying attention to ads, signs, to next time you go to work. See how you feel in the lobby, and then see how you feel. Turn off your phone. See how you feel in the bathroom, close the door. Or go outside on a quick walk, because that's one of the things that I want to talk about, is that once a dark entity is in a room, you can get away from it and reset it by moving away. So like if everyone left and goes on a walk out, I know I just talked about outside can be dangerous, and it can be, and it is. But if you do it right, and if you can put on blinders and perhaps listen to music and go on a run or something just to reset, and think of memory sessions, that good memories, or maybe find your passion, something that triggers your creativity. It's like, oh my God, yes, I used to love Dungeons and Dragons, or yes, I used to love writing books, romance novels. That's one. Literally writing love stories. That's extremely powerful. Going back to love. Love is the ultimate shield, the antidote. But all of a sudden you do that and you're like, wait, my head is quiet. I feel good. Huh? I just left that room. I left that area and I feel good. That's really weird. How is that possible? Nothing's like, I didn't really do anything special. I mean, yes, I moved, and you could say like I exercised a little bit, or maybe I put on some music, but like, it's truly, try it out. It's black and white. It's a check mark versus an X. So moving away can give you a brief moment of respite and a reset. So for anyone who's trapped currently in an environment, if this gets to you, and this will get to you, heed my call. This is my prayer, my wish. For anyone who's trapped in those dark environments, maybe by their mom and in-law, and they're just surrounded by darkness, nonstop being consumed and drained, this is your moment to wake up, hear the call, snap out of it. This is it. Get away. Move out. Just leave. Go to a hotel. Go to an Airbnb. Do something to get away from the dark entity that has literally consumed that room, that house, that apartment. Move. Get away. Try just resetting your environment, even temporarily. Find a friend to sleep on a couch briefly. Something. Just, you need to change your environment. You need to snap out of it. You need to get out. You have to. It's necessary. It's no longer, there's no time for caution. This is a necessity. This is a must. There's people literally dying and destroying not only their own lives, but other people's lives because they chose to intentionally be trapped, or they got trapped without them realizing. So not everyone is strong enough to be the healer in a darkness-filled room. Some can. You don't all have to be that. Fulfill your role. Be your role. Be the person that you need to be. It heals you. When you fulfill your role, when I'm healing other people, I heal. Maybe you're the damage dealer. Maybe you're the tank, right? Understand your role and execute it. Guys, this is a heavy one. There's a lot here, but it's time. It's time, and let's leave it with this. As I get into the insecurity and the guide to healing it and curing it and fixing it, our next recording. Out of sight, out of mind. It's a powerful tool. It's a powerful tool for good and for bad. You know, if you stop getting reminders of something, it goes down the memory totem, right? They're going to try so hard. And the hard thing is understanding if it's light or good or dark always. They're going to try so hard to get you to see, get you to hear pop-ups on website, ads, musical cues, things of that nature. So sometimes the solution is literally just to close the door or the window. Get quiet. Get quiet. Noise canceling headphones. Go to the bathroom and close the door. Shake it up. Change it up. Try walking left instead of right this time. Try exploring something new. Try experimenting. You can't make a mistake if it's an experiment. You can't, because you're figuring something out. You know what? I wonder what happens if I make pancakes with chocolate powder instead of regular flour. It might be a complete quote-unquote disaster, but it might come out amazing. And if it doesn't, well, guess what? Now you learn something. And once you start trying to learn something new, that's one of the best cures too. But we'll get into that. I just tell you that because it's a tool. So if you're struggling with something, getting it out of sight, out of mind, and literally just trying to get quiet and making sure that you're not activating events related to it, you can heal. You will heal. All right. There's a lot more. There's a lot more. I could keep going forever. And there's a lot more to figure out. And this was 4 pages, 5 pages of notes, 6 pages of notes, something like that. I have hundreds. Thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of words. I've spent literally years studying this. I'm 33 now. This is my mission. The dark one will be eliminated. Insecurity will be figured out. And it will no longer be, well, this kind of works. It's going to be a repeatable 100% solution. The draining of the energy and the way this world works will be forever changed. Starting today. Number 1. Love. Love is the law of the world. Help others. Invite them into your circle of peace. Help them. Encourage them. Hold the chalice. Whatever it is, hold it. And that's light. Help other people get more light nudges. Be that. Be the star for them. Be their guiding star. If any of this knowledge even slightly caught your attention, try it out. Just pay attention. Pay attention to differences. Be like, that's really weird. Like, that ad is like, that's not a coincidence, is it? And just start paying attention. You're going to maybe get a little overwhelmed at first. New information, right? We talked about information and knowledge destroys momentum. That's okay. Destroy your old momentum. To create new, we have to be willing. I forget what it was. No, to create new. You have the desire to create new. You have to have the desire to destroy old. And the desire to destroy old. You have to have the desire to create new. Dark motivations, light actions. It's time to destroy everything we thought we knew and create a new world and realize there's absolutely no reason for it to be that way. Every system that's currently in place can be 100% improved and revamped and reformed. Everything. Currency, the way government works, divisions. Everything that divides right now, every single thing that divides is literally intentionally fabricated that way. Hey, focus on, that Mexican neighbor over there. You know those African Americans over there. They're thugs. They're thieves. Pay attention to them. While meanwhile, the rich elite, the whites, the governments who you worship are stealing openly the money that's in your pockets. You don't even realize that because you're focused on the wrong people. Every single division is artificially fabricated and created. It's time to eliminate all of them. Yes, there's going to be some chaos, but we're going to be united. We're going to stand together. We're going to cross that line together. And what happens when we do? We are one. This is it. It's happening. The new world begins now.